Chapter 113. The black-clothed man was knocked back in one blow, and his Xiantian weapon was shattered. The black-clothed man's face changed, and his eyes were filled with shock. The arrogance and disdain he had before had long disappeared. Zichen's eyes emitted a cold light. Without saying a word, he arrived beside the black-clothed man and waved his fists. Silver light flickered, and a thunderous sound was heard. The power of the punch was peerless. The black-robed man's expression changed again and again. Just now, it was such a punch that had broken his weapon. He roared, and a surge of true qi gathered in his hands. Both of his hands shone with a brilliant light. Streams of true qi surged and shot towards Zichen. Boom! Zhang Xian's silver fist was as powerful as a heavy hammer. Under that strike, the black-robed man suffered a heavy blow. With a muffled groan, he was sent flying backward. At the same time, his arms drooped down, and his protective jinqi dissipated. How can you be so strong? The black-clothed man vomited blood, and his eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. The rumors were not reliable at all, and this person was even more terrifying than the rumors. He was injured with just 2 punches. Go to hell! Zichen's eyes flashed with killing intent. He waved his fist again, determined to kill the black-clothed man. This was a matter of life and death, so he naturally couldn't be soft-hearted. Boom! The black-clothed man was sent flying. His Xiantian protective shield was shattered, and his bones were shattered. He coughed out blood, and his injuries were serious. Swoosh! The black-clothed man was terrified, and he was about to escape. At this moment, his Xiantian Zhenqi was madly mobilized. Where do you think you're going? Zichen's body turned into lightning, and he flashed forward, and another powerful punch was thrown. On his fist, silver light flickered, and it was dazzling. Boom! Zichen struck first, and the black-clothed man was sent flying. The black-clothed man coughed out blood, but he didn't die. His vitality was still very strong. Don't kill me. I have important news to tell you. Facing Zichen, who was filled with killing intent, the black-clothed man begged for mercy. Speak. Zichen's fist stopped in front of the black-clothed man. But you have to promise not to kill me. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly, and he said, If you don't speak, you'll die. As soon as he finished his words, his fists flickered with silver light again, and a terrifying aura surged. I'll talk. The man in black cried out in alarm. There are many people here. If you don't leave now, you will definitely be besieged. Who are they? There are people from our martial ancestor, people from the heavenly slaughter pavilion, and people from the Red Cloud City. You have now offended 3 forces. If you don't leave now, when they hear the commotion and come here, you will definitely die, the man in black said. How many experts are there among them? Zichen asked. A lot. Among them, there are elders of the true energy boundary and Zephyr realm. There are many of them, and they will arrive soon. The black-clothed man said, You should leave quickly. If you are late, I am afraid you will not be able to leave. Is that so? Then I'll have to thank you for your reminder. Zichen withdrew his fist and smiled faintly. You're welcome. The man in black smiled apologetically, but in his heart, he despised Yishiwen for scaring him with just 2 sentences. However, before he could curse in his heart, he felt a terrifying aura appear in front of him. It was Zichen, who had just retracted his fist, punching out again. This time, it was aimed directly at his head. Pum! With a loud sound, the bright silver light disappeared. Zichen withdrew his fist, and the black-clothed man's body fell backwards. Humph! Do you think I'm an idiot? So many experts will wait for me here for more than 2 months. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Zichen sneered. After killing the martial ancestor, he did not immediately leave. Instead, he walked around as if he was searching for something. After a while, Zichen found a black bag beside a big rock. He opened it and saw a few pieces of dried meat, some dry food, and a porcelain bottle with a few qi recovery pills in it. Zichen put away the qi recovery pills and took out the dry food and wolfed it down. He had not eaten for a long time and was very, very hungry. After swallowing the jerky in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, Zichen was extremely hungry. After chewing a few times, he immediately choked. He quickly took out his water pouch and gulped down a few mouthfuls before finally swallowing the jerky down his throat. Swoosh! Just as he finished eating the jerky, before he could swallow it all, Zichen felt a killing intent emerge. It was bone-piercing and incomparably cold. It directly approached the space between his eyebrows. Immediately after, a cold light appeared from the darkness. It was like a bolt of lightning, directly piercing through Zichen's forehead. Assassins from the Assassin's Pavilion! Zichen was very familiar with the move of assassins hiding in the dark. He had seen it many times with Wang Xian, or previously. With a cry of surprise, he suddenly jumped up. The genuine qi in his body surged wildly as he tried to block the killing blow. The sword radiance, wantonly, and the cold light flashed. It carried the killing blow of an assassin and instantly reached Zichen's glabella. Pum! With a soft sound, the protective light shield was pierced through by the sword radiance. At the same time, the sharp tip of the sword pointed at Zichen's glabella. The bone-piercing killing intent made Zichen feel a sharp pain in his glabella. Before he could react, the long sword had already reached him. Fast! Too fast! This was the assassin's sword art of the Assassin's Pavilion. It was unbelievably fast. When it came to sneak attacks, very few people could avoid it. This was a sword art that could kill enemies of a higher level. Wang! Silver light shone brightly around Zichen. His blood and qi surged, and his strong physique was fully displayed. At this critical moment, it blocked the attack for Zichen. The sharp tip of the sword carried a bone-piercing chill as it pierced towards Zichen's glabella. Clang! But shortly after, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The tip of the sword seemed to have pierced through steel. It could no longer move forward and was even forced back. How is this possible? This physique. Not only did his attack fail to pierce through Zichen's glabella, it was even blocked. The sneak attacker's expression changed drastically. The sword light flashed again, and this time it was aimed at Zichen's eyes. This was a vital point for everyone, and its defense would definitely not be that strong. Scram! At this time, Zichen finally reacted. He threw away the water bag and dry rations and suddenly punched at the longsword. A strong wind rolled up, and a surging aura surged, bringing with it rays of dazzling jinqi. The power was terrifying beyond compare. This was Zichen's powerful punch. He punched it out of anger. Boom! The power of the punch shattered the longsword. The fist radiance didn't dissipate. Its power was still as strong as ever. The sneak attacker was also sent flying by Zichen. He coughed out blood in the air. Damn you from the Assassin's Pavilion! Zichen cursed angrily. He touched the space between his eyebrows. There was still some pain there, and there was also a faint trace of blood. He felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had broken through this time, and his physique had become several times stronger. Otherwise, this strike would have taken his life. His feet flashed, and the 9 fleeting lightning appeared. It was like a real bolt of lightning. He charged at the Assassin's Pavilion with extreme speed. He swung his fist and smashed it down. Boom! As he punched out, the sound of air exploding rang out. His opponent coughed up blood repeatedly. This was a masked man with his head hidden. Other than his hands, only his eyes were exposed. This was the main outfit of the Heavenly Slayer's pavilion when they killed. Pum! One attack after another came like a storm. The masked man didn't even have time to react. Dong! His fists were like iron hammers. The clear sound of bones shattering could be heard. He had just broken through, but he had almost died in a sneak attack. Zi-Chun attacked again and again, venting the anger in his heart. Each attack was stronger than the one before, and each attack was fiercer than the one before. In the distance, the sound of thunder was originally rumbling, but at this moment, it was drowned out by the sound of bones breaking. Arg! The masked man screamed miserably. All the bones in his body had been shattered. Zi-Chin could have killed him in one strike, but he chose this method to torture him. The masked man was terrified. He didn't expect Zi-Chin to be so terrifying. He fled with his injured body. His figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, numerous afterimages appeared. This was the 3 flashes of concealment recorded in the art of concealment. Swish! Zi-Chen transformed into a bolt of lightning, moving with extreme speed. He stuck close to the masked man like a shadow, punching out repeatedly. It was like a torrential storm, rapid and powerful. Boom! The masked man was sent flying. He screamed miserably as several of his bones were broken. Zi-Chin dashed forward and punched out again. Brat, you've offended the assassin's pavilion. From now on, there's no path to heaven, no door to hell. Arg! The masked man cursed, but he screamed again. The bones in his legs were broken. You'll die a horrible death, the masked man cursed. The ones who will die a horrible death are you scoundrels. Zi-Chen shouted angrily. He stomped down with his right foot and a silver light flickered. The power of this stomp was like a huge mountain pressing down, crippling his opponent's arm once again. Ka-ka! Sounds of bones breaking rang out continuously like beans being fried. Brat, you've got guts. You've offended 3 powers at such a young age. Ha-ha, let's see how long you can live. Before he died, the masked man laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain and pity, as if he was looking at a dead man. I'll definitely live longer than you. Zi-Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. His last stomp was aimed at the masked man's heart. Boom! The silver energy exploded, destroying everything. Everything was over. The masked man was finally dead. The assassin's pavilion and the martial ancestors' men were all dead. After killing the masked man, Zi-Chen didn't stop. He picked up a bag not far away and put the water bag inside. Then his figure flickered and he flew away. His speed was extremely fast. Wherever he passed, he constantly looked around. It didn't seem like he was running for his life, but more like he was looking for something. Zi-Chan was indeed looking for something, but it wasn't something. He was looking for someone from the Red Cloud City. Before the 2 men died, they said that he had offended 3 powers. So, there were obviously people from the Red Cloud City who stayed here to monitor him. Along the way, Zi-Chin ran all the way. Relying on his vague memory, he looked for all the possible hiding places. After a while, he heard the sound of clothes flying. Sure enough, there's someone. Zi-Chen's heart skipped a beat. He accelerated again and flew to the side. Pervert, pervert. This Zi-Chen is really a pervert. The assassin's pavilion's killing blow didn't break his defense. How strong is his body? The person running at top speed was from the Red Cloud City. He was very strong at the late Xiantian realm. He was the strongest of the 3. Before, he was full of confidence that he could kill Zi-Chen. But when he saw Zi-Chen and saw that the assassin's pavilion's killing blow didn't break his defense, and that Zi-Chen had made the masked man vomit blood, he was extremely shocked. He no longer had any thoughts of killing the masked man. Instead, he chose to run away and send the news back. It's been more than 2 months. This guy actually came out alive. If he came out a month earlier, the others wouldn't have retreated. Now I'm the only one left. Why am I so unlucky? The Red Cloud Cities, people complained incessantly. In the previous month, there were at least 5 powerhouses stationed here. 2 of them were at the true energy boundary. But after a month, seeing that there was still no movement in the thunder field, They all thought that Zichen had died long ago. So one by one they all returned. But who would have thought that after more than 2 months, the masked man would come out alive? The masked man was running away, and his speed was very fast. Suddenly his figure stopped, and his eyes were filled with horror. Chapter 114. This was a dense forest. The man from Yunxia City was frantically fleeing. Seeing Zichen's strength from afar, he could no longer summon up any thoughts of fighting. As for his previous boast of being able to crush his opponent with one finger, he found it laughable. He frantically fled, wanting to get rid of Zichen. But before he could run far, his figure had already stopped. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked ahead. You! Unknowingly, Zichen had already arrived in front of him. Although he was dressed in black and was in tatters, his back was straight. After the man cried out in alarm, Zichen slowly turned around. He wasn't very old, but his face was very handsome. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were like the light of the sun. He turned around and looked at the man. His eyes were calm, and his tone was indifferent. Let me ask you a question. If you tell me the truth, I'll spare your life. The man's eyes were filled with dread, his expression constantly changing. Hearing Zichen's words, he subconsciously asked, "What question?" "Who sent you? Wang Jinwei or Wang Qiong?" Zichen's voice was calm, his expression indifferent. The man's forehead was already covered in sweat. If he didn't answer properly, he might lose his life today. Although he was strong, he didn't think he could stop the other party. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, the man said, "It was the young Miss Yen Er, who sent me. She felt that you were still alive, so when I saw you, I was to bring you back." "Is that so?" Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. "Since she sent you, why did you run when you saw me?" This. The man's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't know how to answer. Suddenly his eyes lit up. "That's because I wanted to tell Miss Yen Er the news. I wanted her to personally come and pick you up. That would show my sincerity." "Humph, nonsense. I originally wanted to give you a chance to live, but you didn't fight for it. If I'm not wrong, it was Wang Jinwei who sent you." Zichen sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. "You!" The man's expression changed. Without another word, he turned tail and ran. He was at the late Xiantian stage, and his strength was strong. But at this time, he didn't dare to confront Zichen. "You want to leave?" Zichen's lips curled as a bone-piercing killing intent seeped out from his body. The 9 fleeting thunderbolts appeared, representing extreme speed. Now that he was about to comprehend the second fleeting thunderbolt, his speed was even faster. Swoosh! With a flash of lightning, Zichen appeared in front of the man. His speed was so fast that the man couldn't even imagine it. Immediately after, Zichen clenched his fists, and like 2 shining silver hammers, he smashed them with a whistling sound, bringing with him a strong wind. "Ha!" The man shouted as he madly mobilized his Xiantian Jinqi. All of his Jin Qi gathered in his hands and emitted a dazzling brilliance to block Zichen's attack. Boom! The silver fist was like a hot knife through butter. Its power was peerless. With a boom, it shattered the protective Jin Qi around the man's body. Then it smashed into the man's body, forcing him to retreat. What terrifying power! The man grimaced in pain as he finally experienced Zichen's strength. Swoosh! After one attack, another attack came. Zichen's body flickered as he waved his fist again. "Zichen, don't push me too far. If worst comes to worst, I won't report you when I go back." The man couldn't retreat, so he could only block again. With a flash of brilliance, a weapon appeared at his waist. With a cold light, he pointed it at Zichen. "You'd better fool a kid with this kind of words." The power of the fist was like 2 mountains pressing down. It was extremely terrifying. Once again, the man was sent flying. The weapon in his hand had already been shattered. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zi Chen's body was too terrifying. Even a late-stage Gen Qi warrior like him couldn't withstand it. He shouted angrily as his eyes turned red. Zi Chen, you've gone too far. Watch out for my black wind palm. Gusts of wild wind rolled up like wind blades. It was incomparably dark, and a terrifying aura emerged from it. The man used a Xiantian battle skill. As he raised his palm, it seemed as if a gust of black wind was attacking, bringing with it a bone-piercing chill. Humph! Zi Chen coldly snorted. His expression didn't change as he waved his fist. The silver light was dazzling, illuminating the dense forest. His fist was like a small mountain crushing towards the man. Boom! The black wind suddenly trembled. It was blocked by Zi Chen's fist. Then, the surging energy entered the black wind, creating a loud bang. In an instant, the black wind was annihilated, and the black wind palm was broken. At the same time, the slightly dimmed fist light passed through the black wind and hit the man's chest. Bang! With a dull sound, the man was sent flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The powerful Xiantian battle skill still couldn't do anything to Zi Chen. Dong! Both of Zi Chen's fists shook again. He flashed forward and launched another fierce attack. At this moment, his eyes turned cold and filled with killing intent. He was determined to kill his opponent. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. This time his protective light shield was broken, and the sound of bones breaking resounded. You forced me to do this. The man was furious. He fell into madness. The aura around his body became even more turbulent. He was burning all of his potential. He was determined to fight Zi Chen with his life. Zi Chen waved his fist. His body was shining with a silver light. He was like a silver-armored war god, cold and emotionless. Streaks of lightning wandered around his body. It was dazzling. Dang! Fists were Zi Chen's best weapon. With one punch, the terrifying black wind was annihilated again, and the man was sent flying again. Swoosh! Lightning flashed between Zi Chen's fingers. Streaks of lightning appeared. They were dazzling like thunder dragons rushing towards the man. The complete version of the Thunderbolt finger could evolve into thousands of thunder dragons. Zi Chen was only at the entry level and could only evolve 5. However, the power was 5 times stronger than the previous version. It was extremely terrifying. In addition to the power, there was also the lightning's extreme speed. The 5 streaks of lightning wrapped around the man in an instant. Then there was the sound of thunder exploding. Silver light bloomed in front of Zi Chen like a silver firework. The light dissipated and the lightning disappeared. Everything returned to silence. In front of Zi Chen, there was only a charred figure. The late Xiantian realm man was already dead. The battle before had caused a huge commotion. It was not good to stay here for long. Zi Chen grabbed his bag and hurriedly left. What kind of world is this? In just half a year, I've offended 3 major powers. Zi Chen complained incessantly. He did not do anything, but he had already offended 3 major powers. Cloud City, Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, and Martial Ancestor. These were all famous existences in the southern region. The number of disciples under them was innumerable. Zi Chen felt a great pressure. Now he desperately wanted to reach the floating snow city. He kept reminding himself that he had to keep a low profile and not cause any trouble. The forest was full of trees. There was no lack of ancient trees that were more than 100 years old. They were like horned dragons, rooted in the ground. Zi Chen walked through the forest. Suddenly, he realized that this forest was very familiar. This is the forest near Qingshui village. I wonder how the villagers are doing. Were they implicated? Zi Chen was very grateful that the villagers had saved him and Wang Xian. After that, he was always afraid that the martial ancestor would take revenge. Today, he happened to pass by, so Zi Chen decided to take a look. Half an hour later, Zi Chen arrived at his destination. The village was still the same as before, with many houses and chimneys. There was nothing special about it. From afar, Ziqin could hear the laughter of children. Obviously, this place had not been affected and was still a peaceful place. Ziqin heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to enter the village and greet the villagers before leaving. But suddenly, Ziqin saw the villagers walking out of the village. They were all dressed neatly, as if they had deliberately dressed up. Their faces were filled with anticipation and smiles, as if they were ready to welcome someone. What's going on? Ziqin was puzzled. He hid in the forest and did not come out. He observed carefully. The villagers stopped at the entrance of the village, leaving a large open space. The children were jumping around excitedly, saying that their big sister was coming. Big sister? Could it be Wang Xian? Ziqin was stunned and did not show himself. After a while, two people walked out of the village. They were two middle-aged men, one tall and one short. After seeing the happy children, their eyes flashed with disdain. They passed through the crowd and walked straight ahead. People from Yunxia City. Ziqin's face changed. He was secretly glad that he did not appear. These two were powerful cultivators. Wherever they passed, the villagers would make way for them. Their eyes were filled with fear. Even the village chief was the same. When he saw the two of them, he quickly smiled apologetically. Remember this. When the young miss comes, all of you better cheer up. Don't cry. The tall, middle-aged man snorted. Yes, yes. Of course, of course. The villagers nodded. They were afraid of offending the tall, middle-aged man. Sir, I would like to ask, is young Master Ziqin really dead? The village chief's eyes were a little sad as he asked. When the other villagers heard this question, they all raised their heads. Even the children stopped playing and looked at the tall, middle-aged man. Everyone's eyes were filled with expectation. Bah, what young master? That guy is too bold. He dared to deceive the people of Yunxia City and caused us to attack the martial ancestor. Not to mention that this guy is dead. Even if he is not dead, I will slap him to death. The tall, middle-aged man suddenly scolded. Ziqin and Miss Yen are very good friends. He was the one who saved Miss Yen that day. They are lovers. A villager suddenly said. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the tall cultivator's words. Bullshit, what do you know? Who is our young miss? She is the high and mighty princess of Yunxia City. She is above everyone. Who is Ziqin? He is just a disciple of a small destroyed sect. He is only in the true Qi realm. What qualifications does he have to be on the same level as our young miss? Bah! What qualifications does he have to be on the same level as our young miss? But, no buts. Let me tell you, don't mention the name Ziqin in front of me in the future. Otherwise, I will get angry and burn your village. What kind of trash is he? How dare he be mentioned in the same breath as our young miss? The tall, middle-aged man said with dissatisfaction. When the young miss comes, whoever dares to mention Ziqin to me will not see the sun tomorrow. Yes, yes. The villagers nodded again and again, their eyes full of horror. You haven't forgotten what we told you before, right? The short, middle-aged man said coldly. No, we will definitely put in a good word for them in front of Miss Yen. The villagers hurriedly said, as if they were afraid of the two. Not only do you have to put in a good word, but also say that the hut is old and needs to be rebuilt. You will need some primordial stones, the short man said. Yes, yes. The village chief nodded again, and again his back bowed. From afar, Ziqin was fuming with anger when he heard this. These two were truly shameless to the extreme. They actually wanted to use the fact that the villagers had saved Wang Xian to get more benefits from the villagers. Obviously, these benefits would not fall into their hands. Damn it. Ziqin's eyes flashed coldly. He could not wait to slap the two of them to death. However, at this moment, A clear and melodious bird cry sounded from the sky. Hearing the sound, Zichun looked up and saw a fiery red color on the horizon. It was like a burning flame and was flying towards them quickly. This is the Fire Luan. Chapter 115. A bird cry resounded in the sky, pleasant to the ear. Zichun raised his head and saw a large fiery cloud floating over from the horizon. Fire Luan, Zichun exclaimed. Within the fiery clouds, there was a divine bird shining brilliantly. It was extraordinary, and the feathers on its body were like balls of blazing flames. This was a Fire Luan. In the Tianwu continent, it was an extremely famous existence. It was said that it had the bloodline of the god Luan and was a descendant of the god Luan. When it spread its fiery red wings, it was dozens of meters long. It was like a flame burning in the sky. Its size was even bigger than the rock. Furthermore, it was much more famous than the rock. It was also a rare spiritual beast that could be tamed. At this moment, Wang Xian was on the back of the Fire Luan. Her hair was black and shiny, and her red dress fluttered in the wind. She looked like a fairy. Her breasts were tall and straight, and her waist was slender. Her legs were straight and smooth like jade. The endless red light reflected on her beautiful face. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world, noble and elegant. When he saw Wang Xian again, Zichun's heart skipped a beat when he saw her beautiful face and agile figure. He leaned against the tree to prevent himself from being discovered. Now was not the time for them to meet. The speed of the Fire Luan was very fast. It was not slower than the rock at all. In a few moments, it had already arrived above the village. The blazing red light dyed the entire sky. Wang Xian tapped her foot, and like a ball of cotton, she danced with the wind and landed lightly. As the red light shone and her clothes fluttered, she looked like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. The crowd below was stunned. "Greetings, miss." The two experts from Yunxia City reacted quickly and hurriedly bowed. "Rise." Wang Xian's voice was light and melodious. It was like the cry of a god Luan or an oriole flying out of the valley. "Big sister, you're finally here." "Xiao Xian, you're here." The other villagers also came to their senses and greeted him warmly. Compared to the past, Wang Xian had brought them much more shock today. "Uncle, how have you been recently?" And Zhang, Uncle Shusheng, and little Ergu, and little Ya. Wang Xian's red robes fluttered in the wind. Her voice was crisp, and there was a sweet smile on her face. She greeted every villager she was familiar with. She was very friendly and easygoing. The villagers nodded repeatedly. They were also very happy. "The two of you aren't disturbing the villagers, are you?" After greeting the villagers one by one, a red light flickered in Wang Xian's hand. Cute toys appeared out of thin air and were taken away by a group of children. After that, Wang Xian turned around and looked at the two inborn experts. No. Previously, we were instructed not to disturb the villagers. Recently, we have been cultivating. The tall and short duo lowered their heads and hurriedly said. Facing Wang Xian, the two of them felt immense pressure. They were in fear and trepidation. "That's good." Wang Xian said plainly, "You are from the Royal Mountain, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. However, if I find out that you are abusing the villagers, don't blame me for being rude. You know my temper." Yes. We know. We definitely wouldn't dare." The two of them nodded continuously, not daring to raise their heads. One of the short men secretly turned his head and looked at the village chief. He pursed his lips, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. This was a warning. "Xiao Xian, don't make things difficult for them. These two adults are very nice and treat us well. When they have time, they even guide these children in their cultivation." The village chief, who was hunched over, saw the man's warning and spoke up for the two of them. "That's right, miss. We really didn't take anything from them for nothing. Not only did we not take anything, but we also contributed a lot. When we have time, we teach these children how to cultivate. The two of them didn't blush, and their hearts didn't skip a beat. Following the village chief's words, they looked as though they had put in a lot of effort. The surrounding villagers also smiled apologetically and chimed in. No one dared to undermine them. Although the villagers were simple and honest, they weren't fools. They knew that Xiao Xian would be leaving soon, and the two of them would be staying here for a long time. If they offended the two of them, this small village would be in danger. That's right, Xiao Xian. These two adults are very nice. The villagers kept putting in good words for the two of them. Wang Xian was very satisfied and nodded her head repeatedly. After that, she gave the two of them some rewards. You guys have done well. I hope you can do the same in the future. The two of them nodded their heads and thanked them. They were overjoyed. These rewards were an unexpected gain today. They were quite heavy, and there were quite a number of vitality stone fragments. After the previous incident, Yunxia City's protection of Wang Xian was even tighter. When she came out, she would sit on the fire lawn and couldn't stay for too long. After about an hour, Wang Xian was ready to leave. Xiao Xian, stay here for a meal before you leave. That's right, big sister. Stay a little longer. Wang Xian insisted on leaving. The villagers couldn't persuade her and reluctantly sent her to the entrance of the village. All right, you guys can go back. Wang Xian smiled and was about to call the fire lawn back to Yunxia City. Be careful, Mississippi. Take care, miss. The two people from Yunxia City said respectfully. However, when they turned around, they stared fiercely at the village chief. Their eyes seemed to be questioning him. Obviously, they still had something to do. The village chief's heart trembled, and he was in a difficult position. However, when he saw the cold eyes of the two people, he called out, Xiao Xian! Village chief, is there anything else? Wang Xian turned around and saw the village chief in a difficult position. The village chief was old, and his body was trembling. He walked to Wang Xian and said awkwardly, the village is very remote and transportation is inconvenient. Most of the houses are wooden houses. Recently, there has been a lot of rain and some of the houses are leaking. We need to use vitality stones to repair them. The village chief was in a difficult position. He was obviously asking for something from her, which went against his nature. At this point, he couldn't continue and his old face turned red. Oh, it's my fault. I should have thought of this earlier. The houses here have to be rebuilt. Here are 10 vitality stones. It's enough to rebuild a small village. Don't be afraid of spending money. Go and find some craftsmen to build some stone houses. They will be sturdy. A red light flashed in Wang Xian's hand and a bag of vitality stones appeared out of thin air. It was as if she was an immortal who could make things appear out of thin air. Previously, Wang Xian had suggested that the villagers move to Yunxia City, but was rejected. Firstly, they didn't want to leave their hometown. Secondly, the people living in Yunxia City were all big shots and cultivators. There were too few commoners, and it wasn't convenient for the villagers to move there. Thank you very much then. After accepting this huge amount of wealth, the village chief felt ashamed. As for the villagers behind him, they all lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They felt guilty. This was the first time they had done something against their conscience, but it was all for the sake of survival. In the end, Wang Xian left like a fairy drifting away. She disappeared in the blink of an eye. Before she left, she instructed the two men to supervise and put in more effort so that the villagers could move into the stone houses as soon as possible. Okay, Wang Xian drifted into the distance and reached the horizon in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, she seemed to have sensed something and turned her head to look at the dense forest below. However, the forest was lush and there were leaves everywhere. Her beautiful eyes looked around, but she couldn't see anything. It must be an illusion. How could I sense his aura? If he had appeared, why would he hide from me? He would have come out long ago. Wang Xian shook her head and muttered. Then she was carried away by the fire yuan and drifted away. At this moment, Zi Chen appeared from behind a tree. He looked in the direction where Wang Xian left and muttered, "Sorry, I can't meet you now." The people of Yunxia City were looking for him. Zi Chen couldn't easily show himself. Now that he saw that the villagers were safe and Wang Xian had returned, Zi Chen decided to leave. But at this moment, Zi Chen heard an angry scolding coming from the village entrance. "You old thing! How dare you hide it? Take it all out!" Turning his head, he saw the short, middle-aged man snatching the bag of keystones that Wang Xian had given to him. However, he wasn't satisfied with it. He kicked the village head to the ground and tried to take the bag of keystones from the village head. Previously, Wang Xian had given him some keystone fragments, and the village head had kept them. The village chief was kicked to the ground, and his walking stick was thrown to the side. He was in great pain. The surrounding villagers were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. "Bad people, you are all bad people. Big sister just left, and you hit Grandpa Village Chief." Ergub broke free from his parents' arms and suddenly ran forward. He pushed the short man with his petite body. The latter was fine, but Erga staggered. "Get lost, little brat!" The short man was furious. He kicked Ergu a few meters away. Ergu was only a child, so he fainted after falling to the ground. "Mother ****, you old bastard. You dare to hide it? Take it all out." The short man cursed and kicked the village chief, who was on the ground. "You can't take it. You can't take it. The houses in the village are leaking and need to be repaired. These vitality stone fragments are used to repair the houses." The village chief held his chest tightly, not letting the short man take away the vitality stone fragments. "Damn it, you old thing. It's a waste to give these things to you. You're just a lowly commoner. It's good enough that you have a house to live in. You're complaining about the leakage. Quickly hand it over, or I'll kick you to death." After a few more kicks, the village chief's bones couldn't take it anymore. "Enough! You've already taken a lot of vitality stones today. What else do you want? The vitality stone fragments are for other people to repair their houses." On the side, the butcher couldn't take it anymore. He shouted angrily and suddenly stepped forward. He stared at the two of them. "Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost." Unfortunately, the short man wasn't afraid at all and slapped him. "Pa!" Along with the crisp sound, half of the butcher's face was swollen. Two of his teeth were knocked out, and he spat out blood. "You lowly commoners really don't know what's good for you. Today, I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground." The short man directly abandoned the old man and walked towards the butcher, who was beaten back. He stretched out his big hand and slapped the butcher's face, making slapping sounds. "Do you know what looking for your teeth on the ground means? It means I'll beat your teeth out and let you find them one by one on the ground." The short man's attacks were swift and fierce. The butcher's teeth fell out again. "Don't go too far. I've already given you all the vitality stones. Do you still want to beat him to death? That's right. You should be lenient when possible. You've already taken the primordial stones. Why do you have to beat people up?" Chapter 116. You guys are going to beat him to death. If Xiao Xian hears that you killed him the next time she comes, it won't be easy to explain. After all, the scholar had studied for a few years and had some literary talent. Although his voice was light and weak at this moment, it carried a lot of weight. He used Wang Xian to pressure them and shocked the two of them. "Why? Are you threatening me?" The shorter one glanced at the scholar with cold eyes. The taller one didn't look friendly either. "I wouldn't dare. I'm just saying that Xiao Xian is indebted to Tu Fu for saving her life. I'm sure Xiao Xian won't ignore his death." The scholar's forehead was covered in sweat, but his voice was still calm. "Piak!" After being humiliated, the shorter one was unhappy. He slapped Tu Fu again. This time he didn't knock out Tu Fu's teeth. Clearly, he was afraid of killing him and knew his limits. You lowly commoners, we can kill you as we wish. Do you think that Miss Jew will punish us for lowly commoners like you? Don't be naive. The taller one sneered. Although he didn't make a move, he had been watching this scene with a smile from the beginning. The threat in the scholar's words made them feel disdain. Piak! The crisp sound rang again. Tu Fu's face was covered in blood. He kept retreating, but his eyes were fixed on the other party. His eyes were filled with anger. Piak! The crisp sound of a slap rang again. The shorter one was very arrogant. I'm giving you face by slapping you. Damn it, what kind of place is this? You made us wait for a dead man. How unlucky. How can we not get some benefits? The shorter one continued to slap Tu Fu. Tu Fu's face was covered in blood, but he didn't kill him. Enough. Do you really want to kill someone? Xiao Xian won't let you off. Even Zi Qin will pursue this matter. Young hero Zi Qin is blessed with great fortune and will definitely not die. Xian has her reasons for making you wait here. If you kill the villagers now and wait for Zi Qin to come back, we'll see what you'll do. The scholar couldn't stand it anymore. He spoke again with a cold voice. If he didn't stop them, Tu Fu would be bedridden for a few months, even if he didn't die. In this small mountain village, even if he didn't work for a few days, there wouldn't be any food, let alone a few months. Pa! Another crisp voice rang out. The short man looked at the scholar and said in disdain, He's just a piece of trash at the true energy realm. Even if he's still alive, I, Yen Ping, am not afraid of him. I even need to give him an explanation. Does he even deserve it? A piece of trash that I can crush with my finger is nothing in my eyes. His tone was very arrogant and full of disdain. You lowly commoners. Even if I kill you, no one will plead for you. Who do you think you are? Lowly commoners. I'm in the Xiantian realm. I'm an elder in a small sect. If you fight with me, I can kill you with a single finger. The short guy was extremely arrogant. His eyes were filled with disdain. He didn't treat the villagers as humans at all. The tall man next to him sneered. Although he didn't say anything, he used his expression to cooperate with the other party. Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out. Is that so? If you have the ability, why don't you show me? His voice was abrupt, cold, and filled with endless fury. The two of them were very arrogant. They didn't even notice who said it. Mother asterisk her, which reckless thing said that? Get the hell out here. I'm going to kill him. The short man was furious and roared. He looked around and swept his gaze over the crowd in front of him. Ah, it's the young hero. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Some villagers saw Zi Qin coming from afar. What the F asterisk CK young hero? A lowly commoner dares to call himself a young hero? The short guy cursed. He didn't see Zi Qin. What a piece of trash. You lowly commoners dare to call yourself a young hero. The tall man sneered. He didn't see Zi Qin either. It's you, Zi Qin. You're not dead. I knew you weren't dead. Zi Qin, you're finally back. We all believe that you're fine. The butcher and the village chief, like the other villagers, saw Zi Qin. They were very excited. It was as if they saw their savior. Hearing this, their faces changed. They immediately turned around and saw a young man with an extremely gloomy face. He was walking towards them. You're Zi Qin? The short guy asked coldly. He looked at Zi Qin. Zi Qin didn't say anything. He walked forward with an extremely gloomy face. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such shameless people. The actions of these two made Zi Qin want to kill them. Kid, I'm talking to you. You're that Zi Qin. Could it be that the lightning dominion didn't kill you? The tall man asked. Zi Qin didn't say anything. He quickly walked forward. He didn't use any battle skills. His footwork was very steady. There was an inexplicable pressure. Kid, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. The short guy felt that something was wrong. Seeing that Zi Qin still didn't react, he turned to look at the tall guy. He also found that the tall guy's expression was somewhat unnatural. "There's something strange about this kid," the tall guy whispered. "Damn it, he's just in the true chi realm." "So what if there's something strange about him? I'll still kill him." "Go, let's attack together," the short guy scolded. "Kill." The two looked at each other. Their eyes flashed coldly. Xiantian, true chi surged. They tapped their feet and rushed toward Ziqin. "Go to hell." Their figures exploded as they attacked with powerful battle skills. At this moment, they had already forgotten what Wang Xian said before. When they saw Ziqin, they had to treat him well and invite him to Yunxia City. Looking at the two, Ziqin squinted his eyes. His eyes were cold, and his gloomy face had a hint of killing intent. He didn't dodge the two's attacks. He only raised his right hand. "Kid, you're not dodging. Die." The two of them grinned maliciously and attacked Ziqin's vital points. Slap! Seeing that the two's attacks were about to land on Ziqin's body, just as the villagers began to worry about Ziqin, Ziqin made his move. His palms became silvery and dazzling. When he was still, he was like a pine tree, but when he moved, he was like the wind. The palm fell very quickly, hitting the short man's face first. With a crisp sound, the short man was directly sent flying. Slap! As soon as his palm fell, he raised it again and slapped it again. It was like a bolt of lightning. The speed was even faster, and the sound was crisp. The tall guy was also sent flying. 2 simple slaps were enough to neutralize the two's attacks and send them flying. Ziqin's strength shocked the villagers, but it also made them feel good. You. A simple slap was enough to stun the two of them. After they got up, they looked at Ziqin in shock. Ziqin didn't say a word. Silver light flashed under his feet, and the 9 flashes of lightning appeared. He instantly appeared in front of the short guy and slapped him. Slap! Another slap. It was crisp and loud. The short guy was hit and spun a few rounds. Blood and teeth flew out of his mouth. The tall guy saw that the situation wasn't good. He wanted to escape, but how could he outrun Ziqin's speed? The latter flashed and slapped him again. The sound was crisp and loud. The villagers felt good when they heard it. Some of them were even cheering in their hearts. "Kid, do you know who I am?" The short guy, Yan Ping, got up from the ground. He covered half of his swollen face and glared at Ziqin. "I don't know who you are, but I know what it means to look for teeth on the ground." Ziqin finally spoke. His voice was extremely cold. This time he raised his left hand and slapped it down again. Slap! Only half of his face was swollen, while the other half was unscathed. This time, Ziqin had slapped that half of his face. After a loud slap, another mouthful of blood came out, accompanied by several teeth. "You!" Yan Ping's face changed drastically. The other party was not holding back at all. Just a few slaps were enough to make Yan Ping dizzy. His ears buzzed and his body swayed unsteadily. "You don't know what it means to look for teeth on the ground. Then I'll tell you. I'll knock all your teeth out and let you pick them up and count them one by one." Ziqin's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his left hand again. Slap! A loud and clear slap was heard, followed by the sound of teeth falling out. Yan Ping was on the verge of tears. This was what he said before. He said it so confidently. Swoosh! 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 In the meantime, Yan Ping had been running for his life, but Ziqin had been following him closely like a ghost. Yan Ping did not see Ziqin unleash a sure-kill attack. He could only see Ziqin raising his palm time and time again. Slap! Every time, the sound was so clear and loud, making the villagers feel a sense of comfort. Pooh! Many of Yan Ping's teeth had fallen out of his mouth, along with some bone fragments. This was his broken jaw. Ziqin's physique was strong, and he didn't hold back at all. Every time he slapped Yan Ping's mouth, he used a lot of force. "Why are you holding hands when you are dancing?" Yan Ping was slapped by Ziqin until he couldn't speak clearly. He wanted to say something, but he realized that he couldn't even speak clearly. He wanted to say, "Do you know who I am?" but he couldn't understand what he was saying. Slap. Zichen's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. This was the only move he had made. He raised his palm and struck down again. Pooh! A few more teeth fell out, accompanied by broken bones. I don't know who you are, but I know what it means to look for teeth all over the floor. Although Zichen did not understand Yan Ping's words, he could guess what Yan Ping was trying to say since Yan Ping had said the same thing over and over again. Hence, he kept replying with the same sentence. Slap, 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 slap. Zichen attacked again and again. Light flashed under his feet and he chased after Yan Ping like a ghost. After more than 10 slaps, Yan Ping's body swayed again and again. Finally, he fainted and fell to the ground. At this moment, he didn't have a single tooth left in his mouth. All of them were scattered on the ground. His entire jaw was smashed by Zichen. He looked 10 times worse than Butcher. Chapter 117. There was a pool of blood on the ground, accompanied by dozens of white teeth. Yan Ping lay on the ground, unconscious. At the same time, he was on the verge of death. Zichen slapped him dozens of times, and he was on the verge of death. Who could resist that kind of brute force? What are you doing? Zichen, I'm telling you, I'm from Yunxia City. Don't you dare do anything rash. Dozens of slaps were enough to cripple Yan Ping. Seeing Zichen looking at him, the tall man was even more terrified. His voice was trembling, and his teeth were chattering as if he was afraid that they would fly out of his mouth in the next moment. Are the people from Yunxia City very powerful? Zichen's eyes were filled with disdain. His feet flashed, and his figure disappeared like a ghost as he rushed towards the tall man. Zichen, let's talk nicely. I was sent by Wang Xian to bring you back to Yunxia City. The tall man was terrified. He kept retreating, and because of his fear, he spoke more fluently. Pa! A loud slap sounded again. The tall man felt as if he had been hit in the face by a wild beast. In an instant, blood and teeth flew out, cleanly and cleanly. Zichen, are you crazy? We're on the same side. The tall man quickly retreated. Half of his face was swollen, but he still spoke fluently. Zichen sneered. He stepped forward again and raised his hand. Then a silver light flashed. Pa! Another loud and clear slap landed on his face. Fast! Too fast! Zichen's attack was simply too fast. It was indescribable. Pa! Another strike rang out, crisp and clear. Zichen, we're on the same side. The tall man covered his face and said, You know we're on the same side, but you still dare to attack the villagers and rob them of the money to repair the houses. Zichen was very angry. The consequences were naturally severe. He raised his hand again. Pa! Every single one of Zichen's attacks were so solid that they never missed. Blood spurted out from the broken teeth and jaw. The tall man dodged frantically, but his speed was too slow compared to Zichen. Zichen followed him like a shadow, like a ghost or a shadow. He couldn't get rid of him. You guys are worse than pigs and dogs. You made the villagers go against their conscience to ask for primordial stones for you, and then beat them up. If they are lowly commoners, then what are you guys? In my eyes, you're not even ants. The more Zichen spoke, the angrier he got. He slapped her again, the sound crisp and clear. Zichen, we are Wang Shan's men. Young Master Wang Shan will be here in a few days. If you kill us, you can prepare to face young Master Wang Shan's wrath. At this point, the tall man no longer begged for mercy. Instead, he began to threaten them. Zichen's pupils shrank. He looked at the tall man in shock. He never would have thought that the tall man's face would be slapped so hard that it looked like a pig's head. His big eyes were squinted, most of his teeth were missing, and his jaw was broken. However, he could still speak clearly and threaten them. What Wang Shan? I've never heard of him. Zi-Chin didn't care. He raised his left hand and rushed forward. The speed of the 9 lightning fleeting times was too fast. Zi-Chin didn't miss each time. Even if the tall man knew he was going to be slapped, he still couldn't dodge. Pa! The tall man was sent flying again. He didn't have many teeth left in his mouth, but he spat out a few more. They were white and not even stained with blood. Zi-Chin, you better think carefully. Wang Shan is Wang Qiong's younger cousin, Wang Chuan's younger brother, and Wang Jinwei's son. If you offend him, you won't be far from death. The tall man continued to threaten. I was wondering who it was. So it's a rich second generation. No matter, I'll kill whoever comes. Zi-Chen sneered. He didn't care at all. He waved his hand again and slapped the tall man. Wang Shan will come here to play in a few days. He asked us brothers to welcome him. If you kill us, not only will you die, even the villagers won't be able to live. At that time, all of you will be buried with me. The tall man continued to curse viciously. Wow, you're amazing. You only have a few teeth left in your mouth, but your words are still so sharp. It seems like you're much stronger than that trash. You're a bigger ant. Zi-Chin laughed disdainfully. Then his eyes flashed coldly. His body moved like a ghost, and he drew his bow with both hands. Pa, 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 pa. It was the sound of slapping, but in the end it sounded like firecrackers. After dozens of slaps, the tall man didn't have a single tooth left in his mouth. His entire face was a mess of flesh and blood. In the end, his small eyes rolled back and he fainted. Humph, scum, I won't kill you today. I'll let you live for another 2 days. Looking at the 2 people who had fainted, Zi-Chin said coldly. The 2 people fainted, and the villagers came forward. Zi-Chin, you saved our Qingshui village again. We owe you a big favor. Zi-Chin, thank you so much this time. They all said that you were dead. Luckily, you came back and saved our Qingshui village again. You're the savior of our village. The villagers came forward and said one after another. They were very emotional and very grateful to Zi-Chin. When the tall man and the short man came to the village and said that Zi-Chin had died in the lightning region, they were sad for a long time. Everyone, don't be so polite. Didn't you save me and Xian previously? I was lucky to survive in the lightning region and came back to save everyone. This is the arrangement of the heavens. It proves that we are fated. Zi-Chin smiled. These villagers were very simple. In order to save him and Wang Xian, they didn't hesitate to lie to the martial ancestor. They were betting the lives of all the villagers. Zi-Chin, it's all thanks to you this time. The village chief picked up the walking stick and walked forward shakily. Village chief, you're too polite. My life was saved by you guys. It's only right that I come here to help you guys. Zi-Chin supported the village chief and smiled. Then he took out the bag of vitality stones from the short man and said, It's better to exchange these for gold and silver as soon as possible and build some stone houses for everyone. It's really inconvenient to live in a wooden house. No, I can't take these. Our house is only leaking a little. We can still live in it after some repairs. These vitality stones, Zi-Chin, you should take them. The village chief refused repeatedly. He had heard the tall man and the short man say that even if Zi-Chin didn't die in the lightning region, he wouldn't live for long. This was because he had offended 3 powers. At this moment, the village chief was determined not to take the vitality stones. He also wanted Zi-Chin to take these and run for his life. Village chief, you should take them and build a sturdy house for everyone to live in. Zi-Chin said, No, child, you should take these vitality stones and run away quickly. We all know about your situation. You have offended 3 powers and are in danger now. The village chief was worried. Yeah, Zi-Chin, take the vitality stones and run. Your life is more important. The villagers also persuaded. He can't leave. If he leaves, then your broken village will be slaughtered by young Master Wang Shan. It was unknown when the tall man had woken up, but he said maliciously, "Humph, don't worry, I won't leave. I'm going to see that second-generation ancestor. His father has designs on me. Presumably, you were arranged by his son to come here. Well, since I can't beat the old one, I'll beat the young one to vent my anger." Zi Chen turned around and sneered. Then he searched the two people's bodies, wanting to take away all their valuables. You're shameless." The tall man was furious, but he couldn't do anything to Zi Chen. He just let Zi Chen take away all their valuables. "The shameless ones are you guys, a bunch of greedy guys." Zi Chen found 2 small bags on the two people's bodies. There were many vitality stones inside, and he gave them to the village chief. "Village head, don't worry. Keep these things well. In 2 days, that spoiled brat will deliver the purity stones to me. Take these and focus on building the house first," Zi Chen said with a relaxed smile, trying to make the village head feel relieved. Zi Chen, stop dreaming. Young Master Wangshan is young, but he's already a late Xiantian master. He even learned the Qingxia secret art. You're just an early Xiantian master. Just wait to be slapped to death. The tall man still hadn't fainted and was still cursing. "Nonsense, so noisy. Let's see how many more words you can say." Zi Chen seemed to be impatient. He directly kicked the tall man, and in an instant the tall man's eyes turned black and he fainted. "Zi Chen, you'd better leave." The village chief was still worried, and the other villagers also advised. "Zi Chen, you're so powerful at such a young age. In the future, you won't be a fish in a pond. You can't let us ordinary people drag you down. You should leave." "That's right. Our lives are worthless. If we die, we die. But you're a genius. Your future is limitless. Your road is broad. Leave quickly." "Zi Chen, you should leave. If you can't, we'll leave too. The whole village will migrate." The villagers said one after another, urging Zi Chen to leave. Zi Chen smiled and was very moved. "This is the territory of Yunxia City. You have no place to migrate. This method obviously won't work. Everyone, don't worry, I won't leave. I'm going to meet that Wangshan. Once I've dealt with him, I'll naturally leave. Don't worry." Zi Chen had already learned from the tall man that Wangshan would come in a few days, but the exact time was not set. So 2 days later, Zi Chen took the two people on the road. He wanted to wait for Wangshan on the road that he had to pass. "Zi Chen, be careful." "Big brother, be careful. We, the people of Qingshui village, will always remember you." The villagers came out and waved goodbye. Zi Chen carried the two people as if they were chickens and disappeared into the dense forest. A few hours later, Zi Chen arrived at the official road. The two people had clearly told him that Wangshan would come through the official road. Zi Chen had also heard of Wangshan. That day, the people of the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion deliberately put up a list of geniuses in order to mock him. Among them was Wangshan, who had already reached the late stage of the Xiantian realm at such a young age. Although he wasn't as terrifying as Wang Qiong or Wang Xian'er in Yunxia City, he was still considered a genius. It was just that this person was unwilling to practice martial arts. He liked to hunt and kill, bullied the good, and committed all kinds of crimes. His reputation in Yunxia City was very bad, and he could be considered a typical scum. Chapter 118. This was a straight official road, following the main road all the way to Red Cloud City. It was the only way to get there. Zi Chen sat on the side of the road, quietly waiting for Wang Shan's arrival. Not far from him were the two heavily injured men. Their heads were swollen like pigs. All of their teeth had fallen out, and their jaws were broken. They had not eaten for days, and their spirits were low. If they were mortals, they would have died long ago. "Brat, you are waiting for your death by waiting for young Master Wangshan here." He offended the 3 sections. He won't live long anyway. It's reasonable for him to wait here for his death. The 2 men were in low spirits and hungry, but they could not eat. They were lying on the ground, one on the left and one on the right. Being exposed to the scorching sun, they were full of resentment and continued to mock Wang Shan. Waiting for your death? Are you that confident in Wang Shan? Isn't he just a second generation? Trash. Zichen smiled and did not care. Dream on. Young Master Wang Shan's strength is not something you can imagine. The corners of Yan Ping's mouth twitched as he said disdainfully, Young Master Wang Shan has cultivated the Qing Xia secret technique. Do you know what the Qing Xia secret technique is? You will be scared to death if I tell you. It is the strongest technique in Yunxia City. Although young Master Wang Shan is only in the late stage of the Xiantian realm, even a complete Xiantian realm cultivator is nothing in front of him. In Yunxia City, I saw a complete Xiantian realm cultivator who fought with young Master Wang Shan for a woman, was killed by a sword. You are only in the early stage of the Xiantian realm. You are nothing. That's right. You are from a small sect. How would you know what a genius is and what the Qing Xia secret technique is? Fighting with young Master Wang Shan is like hitting an egg against a rock. You are overestimating yourself. The two men continued to talk about Zichen. They were not aware that they were being held captive and on the chopping block. Zichen smiled and did not say a word. Naturally, he had heard of the famous Qingxia secret manual. It was something that was on par with the martial arts grandmasters of the martial arts grandmasters. Previously, when Zichen was with Wang Xian, he had more or less understood a little about it. It was definitely powerful, but it also depended on who was using it. A powerful technique in the hands of a person who was addicted to alcohol and women would naturally be weakened. Go on, don't stop. Zichen smiled faintly. Your lives are about to come to an end. While you still have the chance to speak, say as much as you can. Brat, you said that you wouldn't kill us. The two of them were taken aback by Zhang Xian's words, and their faces warped in horror. I did say that I wouldn't kill you, but I believe that someone will. That's why I want you to talk more, Zichen said. Humph. As long as you keep your word and don't kill us, you don't have to worry about our lives. The tall one coldly snorted. Indeed, you should worry about yourself. You're going to die in the hands of young Master Wang Shan soon. May I know if you have any last words that we can fulfill for you? Yan Ping teased. Since Zichen had promised that he wouldn't kill the two of them, they started to talk more. They even praised Wang Shan to the point that he was invincible. At the same time, they also talked about how powerful Wang Shan's strongest attack was. Brat, I know that you're proud of your strong physique. But let me tell you, young Master Wang Shan has a sword called Raging Flames. It was personally forged by the great commander. Although it's not as powerful as a magical treasure, it's still extremely sharp. You have to be careful, don't get killed by it. The two of them laughed and kept on praising Wang Shan. At the same time, they also talked about some of Wang Shan's trump cards. Zichen's interest was piqued. He asked, since that Wang Shan is so talented, lustful, and powerful, he must have brought a lot of primordial stones with him. Oh, right? Do you have something like what Wang Xian had back then, something that would appear with a flash of red light when she extended her hand? Humph, you really came from the mountains. You don't even know what a spatial magical treasure is. How ignorant. The two of them looked down on Zichen again. That's called a spatial magical treasure. It can only be made by Zephyr Realm experts. It requires a lot of precious materials. The cheapest one costs a few thousand vitality stones. It's vitality stones, not those vitality stones fragments. The two of them emphasized. Oh, spatial magical treasure. Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood. At the same time, he was shocked by the shocking price. Currently, he only had a few pieces of primordial stone fragments on him. Country bumpkin. The two of them curled their lips in disdain. They accidentally pulled on their wounds and cried out in pain. In their hearts, they hated Zichen even more. After talking for so long, you still haven't said anything. Does Wang Shan have that thing? How much wealth does he have? Zichen asked. This was what he was most concerned about. Humph, do you think spatial magical treasures are cabbages? Let me tell you, young Master Wang Shan doesn't have one now. However, the commander has promised him that when he breaks through to the true energy realm, he will be given one as a gift. Yan Ping said proudly. So he still doesn't have one. So he's just a poor bumpkin. To think that you guys are still talking about him. Don't tell me he's a bat? Zichen said disdainfully. Bah! What does a country bumpkin like you know? Spatial magical treasures aren't something you can have just because you want to. Furthermore, you dare to say that young Master Wang Shan is poor? Let me tell you, every time young Master Wang Shan comes out, he brings at least a few dozen vitality stones with him. The tall one immediately retorted. He didn't like what Zichen said. Only a few dozen? That's too little, Zichen said. The two of them had the urge to get up and beat Zichen to death. They thought that a poor bumpkin like you only has 2 vitality stones fragments. Young Master Wang Shan's vitality stones can be exchanged for a few thousand of your broken item. You're already so poor, yet you still dare to say that young Master Wang Shan is poor. Country bumpkin. The two of them got angry and simply ignored Zichen. A moment later, a rustling sound came from the side. The two of them turned their heads in confusion and saw that Zichen had already put on a black robe and a mask. His face was covered, only revealing a pair of eyes. Kid, what are you doing? The two of them asked curiously. I heard the sound of horse hooves. It seems that your young master is here. I'm dressing up so that I can send you guys on your way. Zichen said lightly. Young master is here. That's great. The two of them were very happy. However, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. Their faces changed as they looked at Zichen. You want to kill us? Of course not. I want to give you to your young master. Zichen sneered under the mask. He then picked up 2 pieces of blue cloth and directly stuffed them into the two's mouths. With their mouths gagged, it affected their wounds and caused them to whimper in pain. All right, whether or not you can live will depend on your luck. Zichen picked up the 2 of them from the left and the right. He very easily walked toward the main road. The sound of horse hooves rang out and dust flew everywhere. A handsome horse was galloping over. This was a black horse. Its body was covered in scales, and it was much taller than an ordinary horse. Its 4 hooves were thick and powerful, and when it stepped on the ground, the entire earth trembled slightly. It was a majestic and mighty horse. This was the famous black scale horse of the Martial Heaven continent. It was very difficult to tame and had a violent temper. However, it had great endurance and was powerful. It was the favorite of many cultivators. Sitting on the back of the horse was a youth. He was about 17 or 18 years old. His face was like jade, and there was a fiery red sword strapped to his waist. His black hair was scattered behind him, and his eyes were bright. He looked very confident and at ease. Riding the horse, he looked like an elegant young master. However, his face was slightly pale and bloodless. It was as if he had used up a lot of energy and exhausted his body. Riding a black scale horse and holding a sword, it seems it's him. Zichen appeared in the distance. Seeing the youth's appearance, he confirmed that it was him. Woo-woo! The two of them also saw Wang Shan. Their eyes were shining with excitement, and they constantly whimpered as if they were crying for help. It seems it's him. Seeing their expressions, Zichen was even more certain. As a result, the spiritual qi around him surged, and streams of energy gathered in his hands. In an instant, Zichen's hands became resplendent, and his qi and blood surged. Zichen picked up the 2 of them, and then, as if he was throwing boulders, he picked them up from the left and right. With the spiritual qi, he threw them toward the royal mountain in front. Zichen's strength was extraordinary, and now that he had activated his true qi, the tall and short people were like 2 cannonballs, whistling through the air, causing the air to emit a sound. Who dares to sneak attack me? On the back of the black scale horse, Wang Shan felt something was wrong. He raised his head and saw two black shadows that looked like two boulders whistling through the air. With a loud shout, his body suddenly rose and floated in the air. He was unusually confident. Clang! With a crisp sound, the raging flame sword was unsheathed. The blazing red light dyed the sky. It was like a burning flame, but also like a red sun. Swoosh! Wang Shan held his sword with both hands and leaped into the air. His body was extremely elegant. He activated the genuine qi in his body and suddenly slashed forward. In an instant, a stream of sword light appeared and rushed towards the two black shadows. Puff! Puff! Without any suspense, the two black shadows were split into two and fell to the ground. Wang Shan's body moved a few steps in the air, dodging the blood that filled the sky. His body slowly descended and landed on the back of the black scale horse again in an extremely elegant manner. However, when he landed, he frowned. Before this, he thought that it was Big Stone's sneak attack, but he didn't expect that there would be blood. He looked over and saw two somewhat familiar pig faces. Their mouths were gagged and their beady eyes widened. Their eyes were filled with terror and shock. Good boy, your skills are indeed extraordinary. Just as Wang Shan was thinking about where he had seen these two people, a cold shout suddenly came from the front. A masked man in black slowly walked out from the darkness. Someone from the assassin pavilion. Wang Shan exclaimed with an unnatural expression. The masked man in black had become the signature outfit of the assassins of the assassin pavilion. Moreover, during this period of time, Yunxia City and the assassin pavilion were not on good terms. Wang Shan blurted it out reflexively. Go to hell. Zi Chen did not waste any time. After walking out from the darkness, he turned into a ray of silver light and rushed toward Wang Shan. He wanted to end this quickly. The assassins of the assassin pavilion did not make a move. Once they made a move, they would kill. Wang Shan did not dare to be careless. He jumped and retreated in the air, abandoning the black scale horse. Pum! Zi Chen's speed was very fast. He suddenly chased after Wang Shan. The two of them exchanged blows in the air, creating a loud bang. Chapter 119. The disciples of the godly slaughter pavilion were all assassins. They practiced the hidden killing sword arts and had strange movement techniques. Each of them used a sword and used a killing move the moment they attacked. Although Zi Chen's attack was swift and fierce, Wang Shan did not feel the same kind of killing intent. He had already guessed that the other party was not from the godly slaughter pavilion. Moreover, he had already discovered the other party's strength. He was actually at the early stage of the Xiantian realm, 2 levels lower than himself. This discovery almost made Wang Shan's nose crooked from anger. Thinking back to how cautious he was before, he suddenly felt humiliated. Who are you? How dare you have designs on me? Are you tired of living? His eyes were cold and his tone was awe-inspiring. The raging flame longsword in his hand was burning like a flame, emitting a chilling light. Hand over everything, and I'll spare your life. Zi Chen lowered his voice and said coldly, So you're a robber, a guy who values money over life. Wang Shan was relieved. He finally understood that not everyone was an assassin. Sometimes they were also robbers. Swish! Seeing that the first attack did not work, Zi Chen struck again. His figure flashed continuously and appeared in front of Wang Shan. His speed was absolutely terrifying. Brat, you're trying to provoke me. You're courting death. Wang Shan was furious. A dignified genius of Yunxia City was actually blocked by a little thief. With a roar, the sword in his hand flashed and a large patch of red light appeared. Like a ball of flame, it rushed toward Zi Chen. Boom! Zi Chen's body was shining with a silver light. He raised his fist and punched. His aura surged and directly dispersed the flames. His fist collided with the raging flame longsword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded continuously. In an instant, the two had exchanged more than 10 moves. Sword light flashed and fist light flashed. Swish! 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 What a sharp sword! Zi-chun retreated 7 or 8 meters. He looked at his fist and found that there were red marks on it. There were mottled bloodstains. What? How is this possible? The confident Wang Shan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the wound on Zi-chen's hand. His own raging flame was refined by his father. Although it wasn't as scary as a magic weapon, it was very sharp and could cut through iron like mud. But now, both sides had exchanged more than 10 blows, but it couldn't even cut through the opponent's fist. It only cut a few shallow hair-like wounds. What a powerful physique! Wang Shan was shocked. His opponent's body was even harder than metal. Shua! At this moment, Zi-chen swung his fist again. His eyes were cold, and a strong aura surged on his fist as he smashed it down. Beams of cyan light burst from Wang Shan's body. He had already used the Qingxia secret tome. The long sword in his hand seemed to be burning with flames, one cyan and one red. In an instant he turned his hand and a crimson sword qi appeared with incredible power. Boom! Zi-chen's fists collided with the sword qi, resulting in a series of loud noises. His fists were so powerful that they destroyed the sword qi as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. One fist fell, then another, shining with silver light. The power was unparalleled, and it was aimed at Wang Shan's face. The long sword in Wang Shan's hand was like a flaming snake. It was unusually agile, and as the sword flashed, streaks of sword qi appeared with endless killing intent. Boom! Zi-chen's powerful physique withstood the onslaught of sword qi time and time again. Brat, you dare to rob me? Do you know who I am? Wang Shan shouted. His aura surged again, and the cyan light around his body became more intense. At the same time, the long sword in his hand also burst out with a dazzling red light. The red light was like 1,000 streaks of sword qi, rushing toward Zi-chen's forehead. Boom! Zi-chen threw out a punch. His body was shining with silver light, and his eyes were cold. He was like a thunder god, using force to break the sword qi. The two fought fiercely, distancing themselves from the black-scaled horse. Wang Shan wanted to protect his mount, and so did Zi-chen. He didn't want to kill such a good thing. Swoosh! Thousands of red lights were emitted from the raging flame sword. It was like thousands of streaks of sword qi, sharp and cold. Wang Shan's long sword trembled, and with thousands of streaks of light, it rushed towards Zi-chen. Boom! Zi-chen clenched his fist, and his blood and qi surged within his body. He was like an awakened dragon, and his whole body was filled with powerful energy. He punched out and the air exploded. It was like the roar of a wild beast. Pum! Under the attack, the sword qi was dispersed, and the red light was retracted. Zi-chen's hand only had a few new scratches. His heart was filled with energy, and the injury on his hand was already healed. What a bandit! So you have some tricks up your sleeve. No wonder you dare to rob me. The raging flame sword swept out, setting off a bright red light. It was like a surging sea of fire. Wang Shan stood in the middle of the sea of fire, his white robe fluttering in the wind. Cut the crap. It's still the same as before. Hand over everything or die. Zi-chen lowered his voice. He was very cold and didn't want to reveal his real voice. Humph, do you know who I am? You want to rob me? Wang Shan snorted and said proudly, Now I'll give you a chance. Follow me, and I'll guarantee you a good life. You'll have endless resources for cultivation, but you have to respect me. I'll be your master. Wang Shan was very happy to see Zi-chen. He wanted to recruit Zi-chen, but he was too conceited. He opened his mouth and asked Zi-chen to recognize him as his master. Are you daydreaming? The two of them were evenly matched at the moment, but Wang Shan wanted to make Zi Qin his slave. His pride and arrogance were well deserved. Bandit, I'm afraid you don't know who I am. Let me tell you, I'm the commander of the Red Cloud City, the second son of Wang Jinwei. I'm Wang Shan, the fourth genius of the Red Cloud City. I have the power, resources, and background. It's your honor to be my servant. Wang Shan was proud and arrogant. He looked down at Zi Chen with contempt. He was already waiting for Zi Chen to be shocked when he revealed who he was. Then Zi Chen would kneel down in gratitude and call him master. Haha. Zi Chen laughed. He was so angry that he laughed. The fourth genius of the Red Cloud City. Haha. Why don't you say you're the first genius? Wouldn't that be more powerful? So what if I'm the fourth genius? The first three are either my brother or sister. We're all family. I don't want to fight for the first place. Bandit, I'll give you one last chance. Surrender to me or wait for your destruction. Wang Shan said proudly. Shameless boasting. Zi Chen smiled coldly and said, But your identity is indeed very special. How about this? I'll be your master. Although I have no power, no background, and no resources, after I become your master, you can give me your resources and I'll protect you. You don't know what's good for you. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Wang Shan's eyes became cold. The thunder fire sword bloomed with thousands of rays of light, like a red cloud, dyeing the sky red. The previous battle was just a warm-up. The young master didn't show any of his magical powers. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Don't blame me. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Since he couldn't subdue him, then he would destroy him. Since you don't want to recognize me as your master, then I'll rob you today as a lesson. Zi Qin sneered. Shameless boasting. Look at my raging fire sword. Wang Shan was enraged. His long sword bloomed with a crimson light. Thousands of rays of light were like thousands of sharp swords, shining brightly. In an instant, all of these rays of light converged and entered the raging fire sword, as if they were being absorbed. The entire raging fire sword emitted a brilliant firelight, and an extremely terrifying aura gushed out from it. Swish! The next moment, Wang Shan raised his hand and waved his sword, and a terrifying sword qi rushed toward Zi Chen. Humph, is that all you have? Zi Chen felt a dangerous aura from the sword qi, but he was not afraid at all. The aura in his body was surging like a beast awakening. Abdomen's Jin qi was constantly surging. He clenched his fists, and like two thunder hammers he suddenly smashed down. Boom! The raging fire sword was extremely powerful, and the sword qi was raging. Zi Chen's fist was also extremely terrifying. It was like a thunder hammer falling down, blooming with thousands of thunder and lightning. The two collided, and a rumbling sound was heard. The whole world was trembling. On the official road, smoke and dust were flying everywhere, and a huge crack spread out from the ground. After the blow, Zi Chen's figure retreated, and there was another wound on his hand. This time the wound was bigger, but it was only a flesh wound and didn't hurt his bones. Good, very good. Zi Chen's eyes turned cold as he praised Wang Shan twice. Although Wang Shan was ignorant and incompetent, his strength was indeed far above those of the same realm. Ordinary late Xiantian realm experts could be dealt with by Zi Chen with just a few punches, but against Wang Shan he was actually injured. That's good. Let me tell you, I haven't shown my real strength yet. Wang Shan's mouth flashed a touch of disdain. The red light on the raging fire sword suddenly disappeared, and then a green light emerged from his body. This green light was like water and sword, shining brightly. It was the Qingxia secret codex of Yunxia City, and it was finally revealed. As soon as the Qingxia secret codex appeared, the whole space began to distort, and a dense killing intent locked onto Zichen, making him feel even more pressured. Bandit, it's time for you to die. Wang Shan's voice was very cold. As soon as the Qingxia secret codex appeared, his aura changed, becoming very strange and terrifying. Swoosh! Wang Shan's feet touched the ground and a green light flashed. He actually gave up the long-range attack and rushed towards Ziqin. His clenched fist was shining with a green light. He actually chose to fight with Ziqin in close combat. Boom! Ziqin also exploded. His qi and blood rushed out of his body, and it was extremely vigorous. His silver fist was like a thunder god's hammer, blooming with endless thunder and lightning. Streaks of silver snakes swam around his body, and he looked like a thunder god descending to earth. His eyes flashed with lightning. Boom! The power of one punch was terrifying, and it instantly scattered the endless green light. At the same time, Ziqin also punched out again and again. Boom! 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 Bursts of explosions continued to sound. The two fought in close combat, and the wind blew around and dust filled the air. Only the sound of explosions could be heard, and it was almost impossible to see their figures. The two fought faster and faster, and in the end, they almost turned into two rays of light, one green and one silver, constantly entangled and constantly attacked. Qingfeng Chop! Wang Shan launched a powerful battle technique, which was evolved from the Qingxia Secret Codex, and its power was peerless. Boom! Ziqin's attack was relatively simple, but it was even more terrifying. His silver fist was like the hammer of the thunder god, raging and surging. Under Ziqin's fist, the powerful attacks were smashed into pieces. Good bandit, you actually forced me to this point. Today, I will let you see the real attack of my Qingxia Secret Codex. Chapter 120. The Qingxia Secret Codex was a supreme secret codex, the foundation of Yunxia City. Not only did it contain powerful techniques, but it also contained unparalleled offensive techniques. Among them, the Qingfeng Chop was a powerful offensive technique. Unfortunately, Wang Shan's strength was too low to display its true power. Boom! Ziqin punched out like a thunder god holding a thunder hammer. With a loud bang, the Qingfeng Chop was shattered. Ziqin used his powerful body to resist the attack. Bandit, today I, Wang Shan, will show you what a great offensive technique is. The two had been fighting for a long time, but there was still no clear winner. Wang Shan was finally angry and felt humiliated. In Yunxia City, he had always been able to kill enemies above his level. When had he ever suffered such a loss? Being suppressed by an early Xiantian level guy? Qingfeng Chop. Wang Shan gave up on the Raging Flame Sword and began to form seals with both hands. Green light flickered continuously as his jade fingers moved flexibly. A complex seal quickly appeared. Wang. Following the final seal, a gigantic green peak seal appeared. It was like a mountain, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. It was as if a green mountain was descending, and its aura was steady, as if it weighed tens of thousands of caddies. Boom! The Qingfeng Chop pressed down, its surface flowing with endless green light. It was like a huge mountain, slamming down on Ziqin's head with terrifying power. Ha! Ziqin shouted, clenching his fists. The blood in his body kept surging, and a steady stream of energy poured into his heart. He was like an awakened dragon, going against the sky and attacking the huge mountain. Boom! The sky shook. The huge mountain was blown away by Ziqin. He was like a thunder god, his whole body shining with silver light. His eyes were cold and ruthless. I don't believe I can't smash you to death. Wang Shan shouted. His fingers moved nimbly like a green spirit. As the seals fell, the huge mountain roared from the sky. Its momentum was even more stable and vigorous. Dang! Ziqin once again waved his fist and went against the sky, blocking the huge mountain. At the same time, his fists were like thunder hammers, constantly attacking. Each strike contained a terrifying energy. He attacked as fast as lightning, throwing out a dozen punches in succession. Finally, with a boom, the great mountain was shattered. The killing technique in the Qingxia secret manual was broken by Ziqin. Green Cloud Sword. Wang Shan was not convinced. He launched another attack. Thousands of cyan lights were emitted from his body. They were like thousands of cyan sword lights, aiming directly at Ziqin. Boom! Ziqin punched out again. The void trembled as the thousands of sword lights shattered. Wang Shan was affected. He retreated hastily and spat out a mouthful of blood. A mere early Xiantian realm cultivator. I don't believe you can persist. I'll exhaust you to death. All methods were useless in front of Ziqin. Wang Shan was furious. He was determined to exhaust his opponent to death. The Green Peak Slash, Green Peak Seal, and Green Peak Sword were continuously unleashed. Boom! Ziqin's strength was extraordinary. He was like a barbaric dragon. His qi and blood were surging, and his power was astonishing. Every punch was accompanied by a loud explosion, always able to shatter these killing techniques. Wang Shan's true qi was severely depleted. He was panting heavily. The two had been fighting for a long time. He was already feeling exhausted, but Ziqin was still lively. Unwilling to admit defeat, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He used the last bit of his true qi to kill Ziqin. He quickly stepped forward, his body flashing with cyan light. He was going to meet Ziqin head-on. I've been waiting for you. Ziqin's eyes flashed coldly. He had been fighting for a long time just for this moment. He, who was in the early Xiantian realm, had exhausted Wang Shan, who was in the late Xiantian realm. His body was shining with silver light, and his eyes were cold and emotionless. Just as Wang Shan arrived, Ziqin also began to make hand seals. All this time, Ziqin had only used his fists. He had never used any techniques. Now that he was making hand seals, Wang Shan was startled. Ziqin's hand was very steady. As the silver light flashed, it was as if there were spirits jumping between his fingers. The complicated hand seals were completed in a few breaths. Then, thunder surged out of Ziqin's body like angry dragons, surging violently and rushing towards Wang Shan. Thunderbolt finger. Every thunderbolt contained a terrifying power. At this moment, a total of 10 thunderbolts had appeared. They were like thunder dragons roaring, carrying lightning with them as they rushed towards Wang Shan. No. At this moment, Wang Shan was already very close to Ziqin. He didn't have time to react at all. After a cry of surprise, he didn't even have time to retreat before he was surrounded by the 10 bolts of lightning. Rumbling sounds kept coming out, and the lightning was dazzling. After a few days of cultivation, Ziqin's understanding of the thunderbolt finger had deepened. He could now shoot out 10 thunderbolts at once. Ah, what technique is this? It's a real thunderbolt. Amidst the explosion, Wang Shan's painful scream was heard. Thunderbolt energy surged, accompanied by streaks of green light. Wang Shan was still struggling, resisting the thunderbolt energy. After a while, the thunderbolt dissipated, revealing Wang Shan's body. The latter's white robe fluttered in the wind, and he was riding on a black scaled horse. He looked very handsome, but now, after being struck by the thunderbolt, his robe was torn apart, and there were even sparks on it. His face was black, as if he had smeared some black paint on it. His hair was even smoking. Putting out the fire on his body, Wang Shan looked at Ziqin with a face full of shock. He did not expect that the opponent still had such a trick up his sleeve. He did not exhaust the opponent to death, but instead was exhausted by the opponent. Puff! But before he could finish his sentence, he coughed out a big mouthful of blood. Although he had blocked the 10 thunderbolts and did not die, the terrifying thunderbolt energy had seriously injured him. You what? Come and greet your master. Ziqin stood in the distance and sneered. Wang Shan had used up all his zhenqi and was like a toothless tiger. There was no need to fear him. However, after today's battle, Zichen also felt that his strength was not enough to deal with a mere Wangshan. If it were not for the fact that his opponent had used up all his Jinqi, he would not have been able to stop him today. Dream on! Wangshan snorted angrily. Then I will beat you until you surrender. Swoosh! Zichen smiled faintly, and with a tap of his foot, he swung his fist again and rushed towards Wangshan. This time, Wangshan was seriously injured and could not dodge at all. He could only barely resist. Bang! The fist was like a big iron hammer, and it instantly hit his face. Wangshan was knocked down, and 2 of his front teeth fell out. He coughed out a big mouthful of blood and looked extremely embarrassed. How dare you! Wangshan covered his face in anger. He never thought that this bandit would really dare to hit him like this. At this time his Zhenqi was almost used up and he could no longer fight. He did not lose in terms of combat skills, but in terms of Zhenqi. Therefore, he was very unwilling to be beaten up at this moment. Bang! Bang! Zichen did not say anything and continued to punch. He wanted to beat him up until he felt better. He suppressed the anger in his heart. It was Wangshan who sent people to spy on him in the small village and bullied the villagers. It was extremely shameless. Moreover, his father, Wang Jinwei, wanted to get his treasures. If it was not for Wang Jinwei, Zichen would not have offended Yunxia City. Not only did he not offend them, but he also saved them because he saved Wang Xian. He could not deal with Wang Jinwei, but he subdued Wang Shan. Zichen naturally would not let him go so easily. Everything would have to wait until he felt better. Bang! 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 Zichen threw out a series of punches, causing Wang Shan to cry out in pain. Bandit, let's talk nicely. Didn't you want to rob me? I will give it to you. Wang Shan quickly retreated and said. Swoosh! Zichen was faster and soon caught up with him and punched him in the face. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face. However, Zichen wanted to hit Wang Shan's face so that he could see Wang Shan's injuries and feel better. Bandit, that's enough. I already said that I will give you everything. Wang Shan was angry and said coldly. Bang! Zichen punched him again and pushed him back. A cold light flashed in his eyes. You still dare to shout at me? Do you want to die? I don't mind killing people and robbing them. Oh no, Bandit. Oh no, Brother Bandit, let's talk nicely. Didn't you want to rob me? Go ahead and rob me. I have plenty of money, so please don't kill me. Wang Shan was shocked. He was only 17 or 18 years old and was still a teenager. Although he had already experienced a lot of women and was already a veteran, but facing death, it was his first time. At this moment, he was completely afraid. Then be obedient, lest I kill you to silence you. Zichen coldly snorted, and once again stepped forward and raised his hand to slap Wang Shan's face. Wang Shan had been resisting, but without Jin Qi, he could not match Zichen's speed. Every time he was hit, he was very aggrieved. Sometimes he knew that the other side was going to greet his face, but he could not avoid it. Pa! 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 Zichen repeatedly slapped Wang Shan's face, and at this moment he vented all the anger he had received from Yunxia City's Wang Jinwei. Humph! I said that today I will only rob you. You know what's good for you. I will accept you as a servant another day. Zichen coldly snorted. At this moment, Wang Shan's face was almost swollen like a pig's head. His big eyes became small eyes, and his handsome face became a pig's head. Phew, well, hand over the things, I should go. After a few more slaps, Wang Shan was on the verge of tears. Zichen finally let out a sigh of relief and said indifferently, Don't worry. Yes, yes, Brother Bandit. Wang Shan was very aggrieved, and his heart was very ruthless. He cursed himself for running so fast, and cursed the black-scaled horse for being too fast. At the same time, he cursed those idiots for being too slow. Of course, he cursed Zichen in his heart. But on the surface he had to smile, nod, and put on a very cooperative appearance. What kind of F***king world is this? He obviously wants to rob me, but I still have to smile and greet him. Wang Shan was very aggrieved, and he had the urge to cry, but there was no other way. He still took out all his wealth in exchange for Brother Bandit not to silence him. Bah! What F***king Brother Bandit, brother? You are not even worth shit. Wang Shan cursed in his heart. Suddenly, the sound of hurried horse hooves came from afar. It was very urgent. Young Master Wang Shan. At the same time there was a shout. The fight between the two was very loud, and Wang Shan's bodyguards finally caught up. Chapter 121. As a young genius of Yunxia City, Wang Shan naturally would not come out alone. However, he was arrogant by nature. Even though he had guards with him, he was unwilling to travel with them. He always did his own thing. This time he urged the black-scaled horse to gallop wildly, leaving the guards far behind. He didn't expect to encounter Ziqin, and after exchanging blows he was subdued. Furthermore, he unwillingly called the bandit Brother Bandit. He was very sullen in his heart. At this moment, when he heard the guard's voice, his heart trembled. It was as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. His whole body felt very comfortable. He originally wanted to take out yuan stones to show respect to Brother Bandit, but now he put them in his pocket. Wang Yong, I'm here, come quickly. With a swollen face, Wang Shan shouted arrogantly. He turned around and looked at Ziqin. His previous humble appearance was swept away and he became proud again. Bandit, my guards are here. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Beat yourself up until you look for your teeth on the ground. Then, acknowledge me as your master. Wang Shan was very confident because he had 2 true energy boundary guards, and the rest were nascent boundary guards. They were enough to subdue a Zhanqi boundary cultivator. Do you know how to look for your teeth on the ground? It means to knock out all your teeth and then look for them on the ground one by one. Wang Shan was very proud. He deliberately narrowed his swollen eyes, as if there was a cold light emitting from them. However, in the next moment, this deliberate action brought about bursts of pain, causing him to grimace in pain. Ha! Ziqin laughed and said, So it was you who invented this. It seems that you used to make people look for their teeth on the ground. Of course, there are men and women, old and young. Everyone is equal. Those who provoke me will never be treated differently. Wang Shan nodded, his small eyes full of arrogance. Now, I will treat everyone equally and give you a chance to look for your teeth on the ground. Wang Shan looked down at Ziqin. His words were very arrogant. Young Master Wang Shan. The screams were getting closer and closer, and the sound of horse hooves was getting louder and louder. His reinforcements were coming soon. Wang Shan seemed to have seen Ziqin's bruised face. Hurry up and find all the teeth on the ground. Seeing that the bandit was only smiling and not moving at all, Wang Shan glared at him in dissatisfaction. All right, Ziqin nodded. His smile grew even wider as he said, Many thanks to young Master Wang Shan for giving me this opportunity to search for my teeth all over the ground. I will properly grasp this opportunity and cherish it. I will definitely not disappoint young Master's expectations. Ziqin spoke sincerely and gratefully. Haha, there's no need to thank me. It's fine as long as I seize the opportunity. Wang Shan laughed wildly. It was just that a few of his teeth had fallen out. Pa! In the next moment, Ziqin raised his palm and slapped Wang Shan across the face. Wang Shan was hit, so hard that he spun around 3 times in a daze. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, along with 2 white teeth. He stared blankly at Ziqin, seemingly dumbfounded. Why you? For a long time, Wang Shan did not say a word. Many thanks, young Master Wang Shan, Ziqin said gratefully again. Immediately after, he waved his hand again. With a flash of silver light, a palm print landed on Wang Shan. Pa! A clear imprint of 5 fingers appeared on Fatty's face. The slap was so loud and clear that could be heard from afar. Pu-piu! Wang Shan coughed out another mouthful of blood, along with his white teeth. He was in a sorry state. How dare you hit me? You're courting death. Wang Shan covered his face. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He shouted angrily, but his words were unclear. You ask me to seize the opportunity. If I don't hit you, who should I hit? Zi-chan waved his hand again. I asked you to King hit yourself. Wang Shan was furious. He felt wronged, and his whole body was trembling with anger. Oh, thank you for your guidance, young Master Wang Shan. Zi-chan joked. His palm landed on Wang Shan's face again, making a crisp sound. You King did it on purpose. Wang Shan finally realized that Lin Fan was toying with him. He covered his swollen face with blood and cursed angrily. Haha, young Master Wang Shan is so smart. Zi-chan laughed mockingly. He waved his hand again and slapped Wang Shan's face. Wang Yong, come quickly. Wang Shan let out a shrill scream. Obviously, he was afraid that Lin Fan would beat him to death. He could tell that Lin Fan did not care about his identity at all. It was very likely that Lin Fan already knew his identity and was deliberately waiting for him here. The sound of horse hooves got closer and the ground began to shake. It was obvious that they were only a few 100 meters away. Vaguely, Zi-chan could see many figures approaching at high speed. Haha, that's enough. My dear young Master Wang Shan, we should be on our way. Zi-chan sneered and grabbed Wang Shan. His figure flashed as he rushed toward the dense forest on the side of the official road. His speed was very fast. After a few breaths, he had already disappeared into the dense forest. Wang Yong, save me. In the forest, Wang Shan's shrill voice kept coming out. The sound of horse hooves was very urgent. After a few breaths, a few figures appeared. The leader was a burly man with true inner force surging around his body. Obviously, he was a true energy realm cultivator. He jumped off the horse and stopped at the place where the battle took place. He saw the marks on the ground. The ground was cracked, blood was spilling, and a few big white teeth could be seen clearly. Not good. Something happened to the young master. Wang Yong's face changed when he did not see anyone here. He knew that something was wrong. Wang Yong, save me. At this moment, Wang Shan's cry for help came from the forest. Chase! Wang Yong gritted his teeth, abandoned the horse, and rushed into the forest. Before you chase after them, pick up your young master's big white teeth first. Doesn't he like to look for teeth all over the ground? Don't forget, he doesn't even have any teeth now. A teasing voice followed closely behind. Hearing this, Wang Yong's whole body trembled. Obviously, he was scared out of his wits. Young Master Wang Shan's teeth had been knocked out. If this was spread back, they would be punished. The crime of failing to protect the young master was punishable by death. Wang Yong's face was extremely gloomy. He glanced at the Xiantian expert beside him and said, Go pick up the young master's teeth. The rest of you follow me. Damn it! How dare he have any ideas about the young master? I will make sure that he has nowhere to go. After a few flashes, Wang Yong and the rest chased with all their might. Zi-chan was running through the forest with a person in his hand, but it was as if he was running on flat ground. Behind him was a group of experts. Among them, there were 2 true energy realm experts, and the rest were Xiantian realm experts. Not bad, as expected of a disciple of a big family. You actually have 2 true energy realm bodyguards. Zi-chan mocked, his body turning into a bolt of lightning, flying at extreme speed. Zi-chan had already comprehended the first of the 9 flashes of lightning. At this moment, he had already started to comprehend the second one. His speed was much faster than the true energy realm experts. Although the people behind him were chasing happily, they were unable to catch up to Zichen. "Brat, you will regret this," Wang Shan said angrily. He originally wanted to curse Lin Fan, but he realized that he had lost his teeth. This kind of humiliation almost made him faint. Zichen had not deliberately suppressed his voice when he spoke just now. Wang Shan could still tell that he was young. "Haha, I think the one who will regret this is you." Zichen laughed carelessly. Then he grabbed Wang Shan with one hand and reached into Wang Shan's chest with the other. "What are you doing?" Wang Shan screamed as if he had been stung by a scorpion. His voice was sharp and ear-piercing. He was known for being untainted by flowers and plants. He loved women, but he had never had any relations with men. "What are you thinking? I don't even like trash like you." Zichen flicked Wang Shan's head and took out a small bag from Wang Shan's chest. The bag was full of vitality stones. Zichen took the time to open it. There were dozens of them, and they were all real vitality stones. They were not trash like those broken vitality stones. "You're really poor. How dare a pauper like you say that you have a powerful background? How dare you say that you are the fourth genius of Yunxia City?" Zichen was very dissatisfied and gave Wang Shan a few more flicks. Wang Shan was about to cry. He did not know whether it was because of the beating or because of anger, but in his heart he kept cursing Zichen for being a country bumpkin. In Yunxia City, which late-stage Xiantian expert could casually take out dozens of low-grade vitality stones. Except for Wang Shan, there was no one else. Even Wang Xian and Wang Qiong could not take out so many low-grade vitality stones when they were in the same realm. Every time he came out, he would bring dozens of vitality stones. Wang Shan was already considered rich and overbearing, but Zichen's tone was even more arrogant. He was a pauper, but his tone was so arrogant. Wang Shan's eyes almost popped out when he saw those vitality stones. His saliva drooled and fell on the stones. He wiped it off, but he still looked disdainful and said that he was poor. At this moment, Wang Shan even had the thought of killing himself. But soon he realized that something was wrong. He felt a tremor at his waist, as if a big hand was touching there. "Ah!" He screamed at the moment. It was as if an electric current was flowing through his body. It was extremely uncomfortable. His voice was harsh, just like the voice the girl made when he threatened her. "What are you screaming for?" Zichen said with dissatisfaction. His hand had already reached Wang Shan's waist, and then he took off the Raging Flame Sword. "This is the Raging Flame Sword. It's just SOO. I reluctantly accept it." Zichen took the Raging Flame Sword and put it on his waist. He was very majestic. The Raging Flame Sword could cut iron like mud. It was personally refined by Wang Jinwei, who was one of the top 3 experts in Yunxia City. Although it was not as terrible as a magic weapon, it was by no means comparable to ordinary weapons. At this moment, Zichen said that it was just SOSO. Puff! Wang Shan could not stand the insult of a country bumpkin. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted with dignity. Chapter 122. Outside the Thunder Dominion, thunder rumbled, and there was a deathly silence. There were no beasts on the ground and no birds in the sky. Ever since Zichen entered the Thunder Dominion, the 3 forces had arranged for a large number of people to be stationed here just in case. But as time passed, there was no movement in the Thunder Dominion, so everyone withdrew, leaving only 3 people to guard it. These 3 people were only stationed here for a short period of time and would leave in the future. They had secret means to communicate with the sects, but after Zichen killed the 3 of them, this communication was broken. A few days later, the 3 sects discovered that something was wrong. They sent people to investigate, but they didn't see anyone, only corpses. On the corpses, there were obvious traces of thunder energy attacks, which was almost the same as the information they received. So the 3 forces guessed that Zichen was still alive and had come out. This discovery surprised them. A little true energy, realm guy had entered the Thunder Dominion for more than 2 months, but he didn't die and came out alive. So everyone was even more curious about what kind of treasure this guy had. Following some clues, they began to track down Zichen. A few days later, they finally found a clue. At the same time, Yunxia City also received a report that Wang Shan had been captured by a stranger. Furthermore, his teeth had been knocked out. The two of them were walking towards the silent jungle. At the same time, the 2 people he had sent to Qingshui village had also been killed. Hearing this, Wang Jinwei was furious. Apparently, he had already guessed who it was. Zichen had come out and was still alive. At the same time, the other 2 forces also confirmed that Zichen was still alive through some means. Moreover, he had captured Wang Shan and was heading towards the silent jungle. So the 3 sects sent out powerhouses to kill Zichen. Rocks, ardent birds, and many tame spirit beasts flew into the sky and flew towards the silent jungle. On the backs of these spirit beasts, many powerhouses of the 3 forces gathered. Their target was Zichen. Before, Zichen was just a little cultivator with no reputation. But since the martial ancestors, people started to chase after him, his reputation slowly grew. Now, even Wang Jinwei, a flying existence, knew about Zichen. It could be said that the current Zichen was very famous. The experts of the 3 sects had appeared just for Zichen. The 3 sects seemed to have reached some sort of tacit agreement. This time, they actually did not send out Yukong. Wang Shi, the real 3rd genius of Cloud Mist City, had already reached the true element boundary at such a young age. He was not comparable to the self-proclaimed 4th genius like Wang Shan. He had already embarked on the road to find his younger brother. At the same time, there were more strong cultivators rushing towards the direction of the quiet jungle. Zichen's whereabouts had been exposed. Another great hunt had begun. In the dense forest, ancient trees towered into the sky, verdant and lush. The roots of the trees were like horned dragons, rooted in the ground, vigorous and powerful. The lush branches covered the sky and covered the sun. Occasionally, 1 or 2 rays of sunlight would shine down. Zichen carried Wang Shan forward. Wang Shan was very strong, and to be on the safe side, Zichen had already sealed his strength. The latter was now like an ordinary mortal. After a few days, the swelling on Wang Shan's face had subsided. At this moment, he looked at Zichen with a horrified face. "Are you crazy? You really want to enter the quiet jungle? If you want to die, please don't take me with you. If I don't go there, where else can I go?" Zichen said coldly. "Do you know what that place is?" Wang Shan stared at him and said, "That is the quiet jungle. There are countless demon beasts in it, and some of them are not weaker than humans. It is simply a place of death. Legend has it that in the depths of the quiet jungle, there are even more powerful demon beasts. You are just a Xiantian expert. You are simply courting death." The quiet jungle was very scary. There were many demon beasts in it. What Wang Shan said was not a big deal. It was rumored that there were demon beasts that could transform into human form, and their strength was even more terrifying. Its degree of mystery was perhaps second only to the Thunder Territory. However, its degree of danger was even higher than the Thunder Territory. Zichen also knew this, but there was nothing he could do. Floating Snow City was on the other side of the silent jungle. Not only that, the pursuers of the 3 sects had already caught up. The main road leading to Floating Snow City had long since been blocked. He had no other choice but to enter the silent jungle and fight for a slim chance of survival. Roar! In the sky, rocks cried out continuously. There were also some flaming birds. These were all spirit beasts that could be tamed and turned into mounts. On the backs of these mounts, there were at least dozens of powerhouses. A monstrous killing intent surged, causing the beasts below to flee in panic. "They are here again." Zichen's pupils shrank. In the past few days, he had already been involved in several large battles. Each time, he was lucky enough to escape. However, more and more people were chasing after him. There were not many paths left for him. Zi Chen quickened his pace. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that the jungle above his head was covering the sky, providing him with a lot of cover. Sigh, Zi Chen, please let me go. If you want to die, please don't drag me into it. I've already given you all my wealth, so I'll only be a burden if you bring me along. I hope that you can let me go. After more than 10 days as a captive and being attacked multiple times, Wang Shan already knew Zi Chen's identity. You're my protective talisman. With you here, Yunxia City's people won't dare to kill me, sneered Zi Chen. Wang Shan's life as a captive had been very difficult. He could not eat and was often hungry. When he heard Zi Chen's words, he was on the verge of tears. Zi Chen, I'll call you Big Brother, okay? Yunxia City's people were lenient, but the assassin pavilion and the martial ancestor were even more ruthless. They couldn't wait to kill me. Wang Shan was so aggrieved that he almost wanted to cry. During this period of pursuit, at the moment of life and death, Zi Chen had shamelessly put himself in front of the others, using himself as a shield. The martial sect and heavenly slaughter pavilions people were not afraid at all. Their attacks were even fiercer, and they had almost killed Wang Shan a few times. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the people of Yunxia City had switched sides. Otherwise, he and Zi Chen would have died several times. Zi Chen smiled mysteriously. There are only benefits to bringing you along. There's no harm in it. Brother, I'm begging you, please let me go. I'm your younger brother, your closest younger brother. I've just turned 18, and I still have a beautiful life ahead of me. I don't want to die yet. Wang Shan pleaded with a pitiful expression. A few days ago, Wang Shan was still very domineering, bossing Zi Chen around. However, ever since Zi Chen decisively sent him out to block the sword, he was completely terrified. He was scared and frightened by Zi Chen. If I had a brother like you who would stop at nothing, I would have strangled you to death long ago, replied Zi Chen indifferently. Don't, brother, you're my brother, Wang Shan said with a bitter face. Brother Zi Chen, please let me go. I really don't want to die. I promise I won't do anything bad in the future. I'll eat vegetarian and chant scriptures every day to pray for you. Oh, right, brother. Aren't you very close with Sister Sienna? You're not only my brother, but also my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, brother, please let me go. In order to survive, Wang Shan could be said to have disregarded everything. Swoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent appeared in front of them. A dense sword chi cut through the sky, carrying with it a murderous intent, and attacked Zi Chen's face. Assassin Pavilion. Zi Chen's pupil shrank, and he quickly retreated with Wang Shan. However, the sword chi in front of him followed closely, like a shadow, carrying with it a monstrous killing intent. This was one of the killing moves of the hidden killing arts, and its power was unparalleled. Clang! Zi Chen held the raging fire sword with a backhand grip. In an instant, the sword was unsheathed, and a fiery light appeared. The sky was filled with red light, as if a raging flame had been ignited, dyeing the entire forest red. Ka! Zi Chen swung his sword, and with a flash of fiery light and sword light, the dense sword chi was broken. At the same time, a cracking sound was heard, and the long sword was shattered. Swoosh! 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 Zi Chen kept retreating, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was a black-clothed and masked assassin from the Assassin Pavilion. These damned assassins of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion are really a bunch of scoundrels. They only know how to hide in the dark and launch sneak attacks. Wang Shan cursed angrily. Right now he was immortal. The attack just now had almost killed him. Moreover, these assassins always sneak attacked from the dark, and the sudden attack was a sure kill move. The power was terrifying, and one could easily be killed. Humph, you're not much different. One is despicable, and the other is evil. Zi Chen replied coldly. Sigh, brother-in-law, This is different. I used vitality stones to exchange for them, and they were willing to follow me. Moreover, I don't harm anyone, Wang Shan hurriedly explained. Throughout their journey together, he was well aware of Zi Chen's character of abhorrence. He was really afraid that Zi Chen would drag him down with him, even if he knew that he was going to die. Humph! Zi Chen snorted, ignoring Wang Shan, and looked coldly at the masked man in front of him. You do have some skills, but your life is coming to an end, the masked man said coldly. Bah! Shameless boasting. With your skills, you're not even fit to carry my brother-in-law's shoes, Wang Shan said disdainfully. Swoosh! With a flash of red light, Zi Chen held the raging flame sword and stepped forward. A sharp sword chi appeared, cutting through the sky. The two of them fought fiercely, and the sound of explosions came from the forest. Boundless energy kept colliding. In the distance, Wang Shan leaned against a big tree, his body curled up and shivering. His strength was sealed, and he was no different from a mortal. These energy waves could kill him. However, he did not dare to run away. He was afraid that he would encounter people from the other two sections. If that happened, he would definitely die. In the sky, the rock kept chirping, and the raging flame bird also flapped its wings, rolling up gusts of wind. The fierce battle in the forest had alarmed them, and a large number of experts had arrived. Brother-in-law, they're coming, Wang Shan timely reminded. It was not out of kindness, but because he was afraid of dying. Puff! Zi Chen's eyes flashed coldly, and once again he fought with his life. He deliberately left an opening, and at the same time, the raging flame sword in his hand flashed and pierced the masked man's vital point. Let's go. Zi Chen's body was dripping with blood. After quickly looting the masked man's wealth, he pulled Wang Shan and ran away. Brother-in-law, there's still a bag. There's dried meat in the bag, Wang Shan shouted loudly. During this period of escape, he had been eating bitter fruits all day. His mouth was bland, and the dried meat that he usually disdained was now a treasure. The rock appeared in the sky, flapping its wings, rolling up gusts of wind. The masked men in black descended and surrounded Zi Chen. Chapter 123. Zi Chen was surrounded and had no choice but to engage in a fierce battle. The raging flame sword was extremely sharp and could cut through iron like mud. Whenever the sword light flashed, it would be cut in half. Using this opportunity, Zi Chen looked for an opportunity to kill his way out of the encirclement. You guys be careful. I am Wang Shan from Red Cloud City, the fourth genius of Red Cloud City. My father is Wang Jinwei. If you hurt me, all of you will be buried with me. Zi Chen held the raging flame sword in one hand and Wang Shan in the other and attacked again and again. When he couldn't dodge, he would use Wang Shan on top of the mountain. Wang Shan was frightened by the weapons and repeatedly threatened Wang Shan. Wang Shan was under the sword light and could fall at any time. The people of Red Cloud City had no choice but to rescue him. They were attacking Zi Chen, but now they were blocking the weapons on the side. Wang Luo, you are F** king courting death. How dare you block us? Which group are you on? If Zi Chen runs away again, I will kill you. The other two groups were angry. Every time at the critical moment, the people of Red Cloud City would turn around and attack them, making them lose all their efforts. Nonsense. Of course we have to kill Zi Chen. However, our young master's life is much more precious than Zi Chen's. Naturally, we can't harm him. Wang Luo was also unwilling to give up as he roared angrily. This was an intense battle. Many wounds appeared on Zi Chen's body, and so did Wang Shan. More and more experts gathered around them, surrounding Zi Chen in layers. Zi Chen, let's see where you will run this time. There is no way out. You will definitely die. There is no road to heaven and no door to the earth. Let's see how you will die. Everyone laughed, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Their invisible killing intent had already locked onto Ziqin and surrounded Ziqin from all sides. "Brother-in-law, please let me go. I don't want to die." Wang Shan also kept pleading. In this scene, Ziqin was undoubtedly going to die. There was no possibility of survival. There were experts in all directions, and Ziqin could not escape. "Hee hee, you want me dead?" "Not necessarily." Ziqin had a strange smile on his face as he looked at the cultivators from Yunxia City. Wang Yong and Wang Luo, who were in the lead, felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, in the next moment, this bad feeling came true. Ziqin actually put away the raging inferno sword and turned to grab Wang Shan's leg, using him as a weapon. He kept swinging him up and rushing forward. "My brother-in-law, you're too ruthless," Wang Shan cried out in shock. When he saw Ziqin using his own head to collide with his opponent's sword, he was so scared that he almost fainted. The people of Yunxia City were also frightened and hurriedly withdrew their swords. At the same time, they used their bodies to block Ziqin, not wanting to let him escape. Bang! Wang Shan's had hit a person, making a loud noise. The latter did not move, but a big bump appeared on Wang Shan's head and he almost fainted. This was intentional on Ziqin's part. He did not use too much strength in the first blow. Otherwise, Wang Shan's head would have hit his protective Jinqi and the rebound force would have killed him. He did not want Wang Shan to die. He had a great use for him. "Are you King courting death? Do you want to kill me? Get out of my way!" Wang Shan shouted angrily. "You idiots, using Zhenqi to protect your body. You're trying to kill me!" Wang Shan's scolding obviously had an effect. With a crash, the people of Red Cloud City quickly parted to make a path for Ziqin to rush through. As soon as Ziqin's figure flashed, many weapons were unsheathed and stabbed towards Ziqin's back. But then, Ziqin swung Wang Shan in a circle, scaring the crowd. Ziqin stepped on the lightning and disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. "Wang Luo, you better give me a King explanation." "People of Yunxia City, you're courting death." Angry curses came from behind. Obviously, the three factions had been divided and there was a big conflict at the moment. "I said that young Master Wang Shan's life is much more precious than Ziqin's. A mere Ziqin can die, but young Master Wang Shan can't." The people of Yunxia City were very strong because they had a lot of people, and this was Yunxia City's territory. "Bullshit, we just want to kill Ziqin." "Who wants to kill that idiot?" "That's right. Didn't you see that we want to kill Ziqin?" The martial ancestor and the people of Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion were also very strong. Both sides were arguing fiercely, and the conflict between them was getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, a bird cry came from the sky, followed by a large cloud of fire. A raging flame bird with a golden crown on its head appeared in the sky. With a golden crown on its head, it was the raging flame king bird. Obviously, the existence that could ride such a spirit beast was not an ordinary person. On the back of the raging flame king stood a cold man. He was wearing a green robe and his appearance was somewhat similar to Wang Shan. His eyes were unusually sharp. Seeing the three factions arguing below, the man jumped off the raging flame king bird and jumped down from the sky. "What's going on?" The man was not very old, about 21 or 22 years old. He was very handsome. When he appeared, an inexplicable pressure appeared from his body. "Young Master Wang Shi, you came at the right time. It's them. They blame us for letting Ziqin escape." Wang Luo stepped forward and said, respectfully. The other people of Yunxia City also respectfully bowed to Wang Shi. Wang Shi was indeed the third genius of Yunxia City. At such a young age, he had already stepped into the true energy boundary. Moreover, he had learned the Qingxia secret technique and comprehended many killing techniques. His combat strength was many times more terrifying than Wang Shan's. The other two factions' faces instantly changed. Wang Shi was a powerful genius, while they were just ordinary warriors. At most, they were a little extraordinary, but they were no match for him. Moreover, considering that this was the territory of Yunxia City, the martial ancestor and the geniuses of the godly slaughter pavilion did not dare to appear. They were afraid that Wang Jinwei would be angry and kill them with one palm. After listening to Wang Luo's explanation, Wang Shi swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "If something happens to my brother, I will bury all of you." His voice was cold and ruthless, arrogant and domineering. As his voice fell, he jumped up and landed on the back of the raging flame. King Bird again. "Let's go. Follow me." Wang Shi gave the order, and the people of Yunxia City followed him into the depths of the jungle. "TCH, you're only the third genius. What's there to be arrogant about? We have plenty of geniuses. For someone like you, the geniuses of our godly slaughter pavilion can kill you in one hit." After Wang Shi left, the disciples of the other two factions began to whisper. Before, under the pressure of Wang Shi, they did not dare to say a word. Let's go after Zichen." The two factions continued to move forward. Zichen's escape route was very clear. It was the silent jungle. As he went deeper, he encountered many demonic beasts. However, with his strong spiritual sense and fast footwork, Zichen could always avoid them. Moreover, he deliberately left footprints in the places where the demonic beasts appeared. The three factions followed and suffered a lot against the demonic beasts. 2 days later, they encountered a true energy realm demonic beast. The three factions suffered a great loss. Fortunately, Wang Shi returned in the end. A green peak seal fell, like a big mountain, and smashed the demonic beast to death in front of everyone's shocked eyes. At this moment, the factions finally understood Wang Shi's strength. "Brother-in-law, I beg you. This is the silent jungle. It's very dangerous. Please let me go. Brother-in-law, I'm still young and immature. I don't want to die. If you want to enter the silent jungle and die, I won't stop you. But don't kill me. Brother-in-law, last time you used my head as a weapon. I didn't even care about it. Please let me go." Zichen was going deeper. Wang Shan was scared to death. He begged for mercy again and again, but Zichen was indifferent. Zichen was really annoyed, so he coldly replied to the other party, "Say more, and I'll throw you away." Zichen threatened his opponent. This was his protective talisman. With him around, Zichen had managed to escape from certain death several times. In his heart, he was very glad that he had made the right choice. "Brother-in-law, I beg you." Wang Shan kept begging. "Shut up." Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. Killing intent surged. Every time this happened, Wang Shan would shut up because Zichen must have sensed another powerful demonic beast. Zichen's spiritual sense was very strong. Wang Shan also admired this. The two continued to move forward. So far, they had only fought with a Xiantian-level demonic beast, and then avoided several true energy realm demonic beasts. All of this was sensed by Zichen's spiritual sense. "Brother-in-law, there are more powerful demonic beasts. We have to leave quickly." Wang Shan was terrified. He suggested, "Let's leave quickly and leave tracks here so that they can catch up." Zichen turned his head and looked at Wang Shan strangely. His stare made Wang Shan's hair stand. After a long time, he said, "You're really selfish. For your own life, you don't care about the lives of others. You didn't even let those who saved you go. You came up with such a bad idea." Wang Shan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this guy wanted to kill people? After all, they were already in the silent jungle. He wouldn't be of much use. Moreover, he had already seen Zichen's character of abhorrence of evil. "Brother-in-law." Wang Shan wanted to beg for mercy, but he didn't know what to say. At this time, Zichen smiled and said, "You're a real villain. I like this kind of character." Phew! Wang Shan breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he found that his legs were wet. "Damn, I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. Wang Shan cursed in his heart without blushing. Zi-chan left some footprints here and then flew in another direction. He seemed to be very careful. After a quarter of an hour, a roar came from the previous direction. The rolling sound waves spread for dozens of miles. Wow, it's full of energy. It must be a terrifying demonic beast. I'm afraid it's already a small demonic beast. Wang Shan broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, he admired Zi-chen's spiritual sense even more. In front of them was a big river called Lop Nur. It was said that this river flowed from the depths of the silent jungle. It meandered for thousands of miles like a huge dragon. It seemed to have no beginning and no end. Zi-chen and Wang Shan leaned against the river and rested for a while. Then they continued their journey. This time, they went directly into the depths of the jungle. Wang Shan's face turned green with fear. Brother-in-law, we can't go so fast. Your spiritual sense will lose its effect. Wang Shan screamed in horror. We'll die if we don't go. Zi-chen snorted. Chapter 124. The dense forest was filled with the stench of blood. Broken limbs were everywhere. This was the place where Zi-chen had left his footprints and deliberately avoided. Many cultivators rushed in and suffered heavy casualties. That damned Zi-chen, I swear I will kill him. Seeing his companions die one by one, the true energy realm martial ancestor trembled with anger. True element realm. This was an existence that could be an elder in the martial sect. In the previous spiritual martial sect, there were powerful existences like the Great Elder and the Punishment Hall Master. However, here, 2 of them had died, and even more of them had died in the pre-celestial realm. Zi-chin, the Assassin Pavilion will never forgive you. The assassins of the Assassin Pavilion were known for their ruthlessness. But seeing their companions die so tragically, they were deeply moved. Many of them did not even have a complete corpse. Broken limbs and chewed corpses were everywhere. This was all thanks to Zi-chin. Zi-chin! Wang Shi's eyes flashed with a cold light. This time, their Yunxia city had also suffered heavy losses. Even he himself had suffered some minor injuries. His cyan robe was torn in many places. In the distance, a 4-meter-long black leopard was lying in a pool of blood. Its body was covered with wounds and blood was gushing out. Its heart had suffered a fatal blow and had died. It was this black-winged leopard that had the speed of the wind and strength that was infinitely close to that of a small demon. This had caused them to suffer a great loss. 6 true energy realm experts had died in the hands of the black-winged leopard. More than 10 Xiantian realm experts had died. This was a terrifying number. If it were not for Wang Shi and the other experts, those who had besieged Zi-chin would have all died here. Translator, Transin editor. Transin the silent jungle was filled with countless demons. It was rumored that there were even shape-shifted demon beasts. With so many powerful demon beasts guarding this place, it could be said to be a dangerous place. Since ancient times, no expert had truly crossed the silent jungle. Chase, this is the periphery of the silent jungle. Zi-chen's speed must have slowed down. We must catch him. Wang Shi's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was the first to follow Zi-chen's footsteps. This place belonged to the silent jungle. Even if it was a flight master, they would not dare to rashly approach it. If it was normal times, Wang Shi would naturally not choose to take the risk. However, his own brother was in the hands of the other party. He had no choice. The other 2 factions hesitated for a moment before continuing forward. The silent jungle was very scary. They did not believe that Zi-chan would dare to go deep into it. It was very likely that he would go around the periphery. Along the way, Zi-chan was running as fast as he could. From time to time, he could hear the angry roars of beasts coming from the places he had bypassed. Brother-in-law, this is the silent jungle. If you slow down, someone might die. Wang Shan was scared out of his wits. Someone has already died. If we go any slower, we'll be in trouble, Zichen said in a low voice, not slowing down at all. Brother-in-law, you have to slow down. There are demonic beasts everywhere. If we meet a small one, we will definitely die. Wang Shan said with a sad face. Zichen ran for 2 hours before stopping completely. His breathing was steady. A cold light flashed in his eyes. A strong murderous intent surged out of his body as he looked at Wang Shan with his dark eyes. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Wang Shan's heart trembled as his voice trembled. I want to go deep into the jungle and find a way to survive, Zichen said in a low voice, but the murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish. Then go ahead. I won't stop your brother-in-law. I hope you succeed. Wang Shan was scared out of his wits. He seemed to have guessed Zichen's plan. What about you? Zichen asked coldly. Brother-in-law, don't worry about me. Don't worry about me, Wang Shan hurriedly said. But when he saw the coldness in Zichen's eyes, he also begged, Brother-in-law, please let me go. I've really changed for the better. When I go back, I'll eat vegetarian and pray for you every day. Wang Shan was so scared that he was about to cry. Zichen looked at Wang Shan and coldly said, I'm going in to risk my life. If I let you go, you might go back and enjoy life, but I might end up being fed to the demonic beasts. If you were me, what would you do? Brother, my dear brother, don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. Please don't kill me. Wang Shan was so scared that he cried loudly. He looked very pitiful. Now that Zichen wanted to risk his life, he was useless. He was going to die. Looking at Wang Shan's pitiful appearance, the indifferent Zichen seemed to be hesitating. Brother-in-law, big brother, you can't kill me. I've really become a good person. You can't kill a good person like me. I've already given you everything. Weapons, primal stones, I've given you everything. Just let me go. Wang Shan was very smart. Naturally, he saw Zichen's hesitation. Zichen became more hesitant, but his eyes were still full of killing intent. Brother-in-law, please let me go. I have given you everything I have. Weapons, primordial stones. Even the jerky was given to you first. The only thing I haven't given you is the Qingxia secret manual. Brother-in-law, please let me go. Wang Shan continued to cry. Qingxia secret manual? Suddenly, Zichen frowned and his pupils shrank. The last bit of killing intent seemed to dissipate in hesitation. Brother-in-law, you can't practice Qingxia secret manual. Wang Shan was shocked and wanted to slap himself a few times. How could he say Qingxia secret manual? Well, then what's the use of it to me? Zichen asked coldly. He had already learned the heavenly thunder reshaping body technique. Qingxia secret manual was really useless. Useful, of course it's useful. Brother-in-law, although you can't practice Qingxia secret manual, you can practice the killing techniques in it. In this way, you'll have a higher chance of winning when you enter the silent jungle. Wang Shan quickly said, Killing techniques? Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, That's right. The techniques you used that day were quite powerful. Wang Shan didn't have time to care about Zichen's tone at the moment. As long as he could live, as long as this lord was willing to let him go, everything would be fine. As for Qingxia's secret manual, he could hand it over. Wang Shan had a deep understanding of the silent jungle. He knew that as long as Zichen entered, he would not be able to come out alive. Brother-in-law, listen to my chant. This is the killing technique that I have mastered. Although it's not much, it's not little. After that, Wang Shan couldn't wait to give Zichen the chant of a killing technique. It turned out to be Qingfeng Chop. It was very powerful, and Zichen was very satisfied. What else? Zichen frowned when he didn't hear the second chant. Brother-in-law, can you guarantee that you won't kill me if I tell you the killing technique? Wang Shan still had some brains and asked carefully. You're considerate. As long as I have a 10% chance of survival, I'll let you go. Zichen said indifferently. My goal is the silent jungle. I want to challenge it, pass through it, and defeat it. Who do you think you are? That's good, that's good. Wang Shan nodded repeatedly, but in his heart he was ridiculing. Bah, you dare to challenge the silent jungle? You're just looking for death. Not to mention 2 killing techniques. Even if you learned all the killing techniques in the Qingxia secret technique, you still won't have a 10% chance of survival. Although he was constantly cursing Zichen in his heart, Wang Shan still obediently recited the chant of Qingfeng Chop for Zichen. Brother-in-law, I've finished reciting it. Can you let me go? Wang Shan raised his head and smiled as he carefully looked at Zichen. It's not bad. Let me verify it first. Zichen nodded, then walked to the side and sat cross-legged next to a big rock. Under Wang Shan's astonished gaze, Zichen's body emitted a silver light, and his whole person entered a deep level of enlightenment. Damn, this is a great opportunity. Is this guy abnormal? In just a few breaths, he entered a deep level of enlightenment. Wang Shan's eyes widened, obviously shocked. After a while, Zichen opened his eyes and looked quite satisfied. The lightning young man did not let him down. He really evolved 2 killing techniques. It's over. Seeing Zichen open his eyes, Wang Shan's eyes were full of disappointment, and he ridiculed again in his heart. This country bumpkin actually forced himself to wake up. Obviously, he doesn't know the importance of this kind of deep level of enlightenment. What a pity. Well, we should be on our way. Zichen stood up and said lightly, What? Brother-in-law, you can't go back on your words. You said you would let me go. Wang Shan's face instantly became bitter, and he immediately put on a pitiful look. The pursuers are coming. Accompany me for a while, Zichen said indifferently. Then he picked up Wang Shan and flew into the depths of the jungle. Along the way, relying on his strong spiritual sense, Zichen avoided several dangers. Half an hour later, a beast roar sounded, and a giant black ape appeared in front of Zichen. This giant ape was only 2 meters tall. Its limbs were strong, and its body was covered with black hair. Its eyes were shining with a faint black light, and it was cold and ruthless. A khanate pressure gushed out from the giant ape. This was a khanate demon beast. Seeing the giant ape blocking the way, Zichen's fighting spirit surged. He could deal with a khanate-level giant ape with the raging fire sword. However, when Wang Shan saw the enormous ape, his expression instantly changed. With a voice close to a roar, he said, Brother-in-law, big brother, that's an enormous ape. Furthermore, it's an infant beast. We must leave quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave if we're late. A cub? Why would I be afraid of it? Zichen sneered, and his fighting spirit surged again. Brother-in-law, this cub is naturally nothing to be afraid of, but it has parents. If you kill it, I guarantee that you won't live for more than a day. Let's just retreat. Wang Shan said with a long face. Really? Then I'd like to see it. Zichen sneered. Ignoring Wang Shan's advice, he stepped forward with the raging fire sword. A red light flashed, and a dense sword chi appeared, leading a large number of fire wolves to rush toward the giant ape. Roar! The giant ape roared, and a violent aura surged. It waved its fan-like palms and hit the fire waves. Boom! There was an explosion, and the energy scattered. A rain of blood appeared in the sky, and all of it fell on Wang Shan. Relying on the raging fire sword, Zichen injured the giant ape with one blow. Roar! The giant ape roared in pain, and its hands kept beating its chest, making patting sounds. Chapter 125. In the silent forest, Zichen was fighting fiercely with the baby giant ape. Explosions of energy were constantly heard, and the surrounding trees were destroyed. Grass was flying everywhere. The fight was very fierce. Wang Shan's body was stained with the blood of the giant ape. At first glance, he was dripping with blood and looked very miserable. This Zichen, he is really a coward. I didn't see him persisting in killing demonic beasts before. Now that he's here, he wants to fight with a baby giant ape. Mother asterisk her, if you want to die, please don't drag me down with you. Wang Shan had been cursing Zi Chen in his heart. This time, it could be said that he had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to meet Zi Chen. Boom! Relying on the sharpness of the raging flame sword, Zi Chen's every attack was able to break through the giant ape's defense. The sword flashed, and a large amount of blood splattered. After a few consecutive attacks, the giant ape's body was covered in wounds. Blood was flowing out. Looking at Zi Chen, he was unharmed. The giant ape roared and beat its chest again. It was very angry and impatient at the same time. The ape's roar could be heard for miles. Brother-in-law, hurry up and leave. If you're late, you won't be able to leave. You will be swallowed alive by the old giant ape. Wang Shan said in a pleading tone. His eyes were brimming with tears. It was a pity that his powerful strength had been sealed by Zi Chen. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. No, if I don't kill this bastard, how am I supposed to show my face in the future? How am I supposed to face the world? Zi Chen insisted. His sword flashed again, and a sharp sword chi appeared amidst the flames. Bah! With your strength, you still have to face the world in the future. This trip to the silent forest will be the time of your death. Wang Shan kept cursing. Boom! The fire wave was dispersed by the giant ape's great strength, and the sharp sword chi also exploded with a loud bang. Zi Chen stepped on the 9 lightning bolts and quickly retreated. On the body of the infant giant ape, there were a few more wounds. The bright red blood had already dyed its pitch black for red. Roar! Right at this moment, a furious roar rang out. This roar rolled over, forming a sound wave. In an instant, a violent wind swept up. Oh no, this is the elder ape. Brother-in-law, let's go. Wang Shan's expression changed drastically as he reminded Zi Chen. At this moment, Zi Chen naturally didn't need Wang Shan's deliberate reminder. After hearing the beast's roar, his feet flashed and his body moved like a ghost. In an instant, he appeared in front of the giant ape. Then he became one with his sword and stabbed out with a powerful sword. Pooh! The long sword was exceptionally sharp and extremely fast. This was Zi Chen's all-out attack. Man and sword as one. The red light flickered like a sword of fire. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the head of the baby giant ape. When the long sword was retracted, the giant ape let out a wail. Its vitality had already dissipated. A stream of blood spurted out and splashed on Wang Shan's face. You actually killed it. Wang Shan didn't care about the boiling hot blood on his face. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the dead baby giant ape, completely dumbfounded. If I didn't kill it, should I wait for it to kill me? Zi Chen's voice was cold as he grabbed Wang Shan and ran in another direction. This time, Zi Chen displayed his extreme speed. He fully displayed the 9 thunders. It could be said that he was risking his life. The elder ape's roar could be heard for dozens of miles. It was at least a true energy, realm demonic beast. Perhaps it was even a small demonic beast. Zi Chen didn't have the strength to deal with it. Roar! A hurricane swept through the forest. An almost 5-meter-tall elder ape appeared. Its aura was tyrannical, emitting a pitch-black light. Wherever it passed, a hurricane would be brought up, causing the surrounding trees to sway constantly. Its whole body was covered in pitch-black hair, as if it was made of steel, emitting a cold texture. Its gigantic feet stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake. 2 deep footprints appeared. However, the elder ape borrowed the force and leaped hundreds of meters into the air. When it landed again, a large area of trees had been trampled, and the ground shook violently. Moments later, the elder ape arrived at the place where the battle had taken place. The ground shook violently as the elder ape walked forward step by step. The trees swayed to the side, making a path for it. Then it saw the baby giant ape lying in a pool of blood, its vitality drained away. Roar! The elder ape cried out in grief. It took a step forward and arrived beside the baby giant ape. It was very fast. It picked up the baby giant ape, tears rolling down from its big eyes. After that, it went completely berserk. An incomparable aura erupted from its body, like a volcano that was about to erupt. The surging aura swept up a gust of wind, blowing away countless trees. The pitch-black light surging around its body was like a sharp blade, carrying a dense, killing intent. The elder ape cried out in grief. Big drops of tears fell from its eyes. It was very sad. The baby giant ape in its arms had already died. In the forest, the elder ape's roar was like a huge storm. A merciless killing intent filled the entire forest. Those weak beasts were even trembling in fear. The elder ape was considered a giant in this area. Few beasts dared to provoke it. Now that the baby giant ape had died, it was very angry. A faint smell of blood filled the forest. Following the smell of blood, the old ape picked up a direction and leaped up with the little ape in his arms. In an instant, they were hundreds of meters high, heading in the direction that Zi-Chen had fled to. The elder ape followed the smell of blood all the way. In the quiet forest, such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of Wang Shi and the others. Let's go there and have a look. Zi-Chen must have accidentally provoked a powerful existence. Wang Shi stood on the back of the Inferno Kingbird and flew towards the place where the elder ape had roared. At the same time, the other rocks and Inferno birds also followed closely. Zi-Chen had already run for more than 10 miles. Let's go, brother-in-law. We'll lose our lives if we're late. Wang Shan was still complaining about Zi-Chen's slow speed. Swoosh! Zi-Chen stopped, but he did not continue. This was a huge valley surrounded by lush forests. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and strange rocks were everywhere. Why are you stopping? Do you want to die? If I don't want to die, I have to go deeper. As for you, you don't need to take the risk with me. Zi-Chen looked at Wang Shan and said in a deep voice. Really? Wang Shan's eyes brightened, but then his expression changed drastically. He said, Don't, brother-in-law. Do you want me to die? The elder ape is right behind us. You put me here to kill me. As for whether you can live or not, that will depend on your luck. Now I'm going to undo your seal. Zi-Chen's fingers were shining with silver light, and a stream of energy went into Wang Shan's body. This was to undo the seal on Wang Shan's strength. Don't, brother-in-law. You can't hurt me. Wang Shan was not happy at all with his strength back. Instead, he had a bitter expression on his face. You're stained with the blood of the elder ape. The elder ape will definitely chase you. Now, let's see if you can find the reinforcements of the Red Cloud City before the elder ape. If you can't find them, you'll really die, Zi-Chen said in a deep voice. Plop! Wang Shan had just stood up when he heard Zi-Chen's words. He was so scared that he fell to the ground. Brother-in-law, you're killing me. His body was dripping with blood. He looked very miserable, but there was no wound. It was the blood of the elder ape. It's over. It's over. Brother-in-law, you're deliberately trying to kill me. Wang Shan said in a bitter tone. I'm sorry. We'll meet again. Zi-Chen's figure flashed, and he flew into the depths of the silent jungle. He stepped on the 9 thunderbolts, and his body turned into lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ah, you're killing me. Wang Shan roared to the sky with a strong momentum. Roar! But then an even stronger roar sounded, and a monstrous killing intent came from afar. The elder ape was coming, and the sound of the trees exploding in the distance could be heard clearly. Oh my God! Wang Shan screamed, and his face changed drastically. His body surged with green light, and the Qingxia secret tome was completely displayed. He turned into a green light and flew in another direction. Help! Help me! Wang Shan shouted loudly as he flew. Someone, come and save me. Wang Shan's voice was extremely miserable. Boom! The trees behind him collapsed and the rocks exploded. The elder ape appeared with the elder ape in his arms. The violent killing intent had already locked onto Wang Shan in front. Oh, this is a demonic beast that's going to reach the level of little demon. Seeing the elder ape behind him, Wang Shan was scared out of his wits. He sped up again, and at the same time shouted in an even more shrill voice. Roar! With a cry, the sound of wings flapping could be heard in the sky. Gusts of wind swept across, and the rock spread its wings and flew over. Ha! It's coming! Wang Shan was very excited. He didn't care if the other party was from another party, and in a flash he rushed in the direction of the rock. Roar! The elder ape was violent. He stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. In an instant he was hundreds of meters away. Then he stretched out his big fan-like hand and hit the rock flying over. Bang! Rays of black light lingered in his palm. The elder ape's attack was very powerful. In a loud bang, the rock's body exploded instantly, and the cultivators on it were not spared either. Swoosh! 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 Wang Shan kept flashing in the forest, running towards the place where the rock were more abundant. The elder ape landed and trampled many trees. However, his body exploded again, and he swung his palm again. With a bang, another rock was shattered. Fortunately, the person on the rock's back reacted quickly this time and jumped down first. The elder ape could travel hundreds of meters with a single leap, and he could shatter a rock with a single palm. When the other cultivators saw this, they either ran away quickly or jumped into the forest. However, no matter which one they chose, they attracted the elder ape's attention. After spending a lot of time with Zichin, Wang Shan had learned to be even more cunning. At this moment, he was not in a hurry to escape. Instead, he ran towards a place with a lot of people. Wherever there were rocks, wherever there were people, he would run there. The elder ape's target was him, but he still had to attack those who blocked his way. Ah! You damned Wang Shan, get lost! Get lost, don't come over. Lure that damned elder ape to the side. The disciples cursed angrily and kept dodging. However, the elder ape was too strong. He stomped one of them to death. Wang Shan, King, get lost. We're here to save you, but you want to kill all of us. Chapter 126. The old ape held the dead little ape in its arms. The aura around it was extremely violent. A monstrous, murderous intent swept up the winds and clouds in all directions. Its eyes were fixed on the bloody royal mountain. Anyone who stood in its way would be slapped down with its paw. Wang Shan, you're so cruel. You killed the little ape yourself, and now you're framing us. You really have evil intentions. Why aren't you scramming? Are you stupid? Take the old ape and run in another direction. Why are you running in circles here? Some disciples kept cursing. They were about to cry. The old ape was ruthless, and a casual slap could kill a person. Not to mention these Khanate realm cultivators. Even true energy realm cultivators couldn't withstand such a slap. Do you think I'm stupid? If I ran elsewhere, I would be the one to die. Damn it, my brother-in-law wants to kill me. None of this has anything to do with me. Wang Shan shouted as he ran. He was running in circles, not intending to escape. Roar! The giant ape roared and leaped into the air. Black light curled around its palm, and it slammed down with a loud bang. The pung bird in the air let out a mournful cry as it was smashed into pieces by a single slap. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Wang Shan, why aren't you scramming? How many people do you want to kill? Get lost. Go and find your brother. Go and kill them. All the cultivators kept running, but Wang Shan's speed was much faster than theirs. He especially ran to crowded places. What? My brother is here? Haha, that's great. As long as I can hold on, I can live. Wang Shan was overjoyed and continued running in circles. The cultivator who spoke just now wanted to slap himself a few times. He immediately regretted saying such a thing. Whoosh! 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 Wang Shan continued to dodge and run frantically, running to where there were more people. At this moment, he had become a street rat. Wherever he went, there would be curses. After that, everyone scattered, not daring to gather together again. The smell of blood filled the forest. Cultivators died one by one, and occasionally 1 or 2 rocks were smashed. After a while, the rocks scattered. As for the cultivators, they also scattered and no longer gathered together. Among them, many of them were swearing until their saliva ran dry. However, Wang Shan was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. While they were swearing happily, Wang Shan wasn't slow either. Wang Shan, I'm begging you. Hurry up and get lost. How many people do you want to kill? Go to hell, I beg you. Just die by yourself. Don't drag others down with you. You damn thing, if we don't die today, we'll definitely find trouble with you in the future. Everyone scattered and fled. However, there was always someone who was slower than Wang Shan. With a swoosh, Wang Shan caught up with them and overtook them. Good, good, you said you won't let me go. Very good. Wang Shan sneered. Green light flickered around his body, and then he passed the other party. Bang! The old ape slapped down with its paw, and the cultivator screamed miserably as he was killed. At the same time, the old ape stomped its foot, and the 2 cultivators beside him died innocently as well. Who? Who else wanted me to die just now? Come out and speak. Wang Shan continued to walk in circles as he looked around. Wang Shan's speed and the old ape's strength frightened everyone. At this moment, no one dared to speak. Their eyes were filled with fear, fearing that they would be implicated. Was it you? You said it just now, right? Wang Shan stared at a martial ancestor. The other party was only in the Khanate realm. After hearing Wang Shan's words, he snorted and said domineeringly, I didn't say it. Mother asterisk her. If you didn't say it, then you didn't say it. How dare you be so arrogant? Wang Shan was furious. His feet flashed as he rushed towards the other party. Wang Shan, get the F*CK out of here. Don't come over. The cultivator was shocked. He opened his mouth and cursed. His voice was very sharp, as if he had been cursing for too long. His saliva was dry and his throat was smoking. Your throat is dry. How dare you say you didn't curse? Wang Shan glared at him and sped up again, overtaking him in an instant. Boom! The old ape's foot landed, and the cultivator was directly trampled to death. Together with the other cultivator beside him, he died an unjust death. Who else? Wang Shan looked around arrogantly. No one dared to speak. Everyone was scared out of their wits. When they saw Wang Shan looking at them, they all looked away with fear in their eyes. Was it you? Wang Shan stared at a cultivator from the assassin's pavilion and asked. No, no. The cultivator was crying. He quickly shook his head and ran away. Then it was you. Wang Shan's gaze moved and landed on another person. No, brother, it really wasn't me. The cultivator was on the verge of tears. He didn't want to die an unjust death. Mother asterisk her. What brother? Call me brother-in-law. Wang Shan was furious. His feet flashed as he rushed towards the other party. After being captured by Zichin, Wang Shan could be said to have been a grandson for a very long time. He had been called brother-in-law by Zichin and felt very sullen in his heart. Now that he heard someone call him brother, he was furious. He wanted to hear it. Brother-in-law. The person was stunned. Obviously, he had never heard of such a title. Mother asterisk her. You're not calling me that. You're courting death. Wang Shan sped up and overtook the other party. The Qingxia secret manual was indeed the foundation of Yunxia City. The footwork in it was very fast. He rushed towards the other party again. Ah, no, I'll call you brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, spare me. With a scream, the giant ape's palm fell. The cultivator died innocently. The two people beside him were seriously injured. They were treated at the critical moment and weren't affected. Wang Shan continued to walk in circles. His gaze swept around as if he was looking for his next target. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Hello, brother-in-law. Everyone who was swept by Wang Shan's gaze trembled. As they fled in panic, they also repeatedly called him brother-in-law. However, they were cursing in their hearts. What the F***ck is this? Brother-in-law. It's so F***king awkward. Haha, so it's this good. No wonder Zichen, that trash, didn't kill me. It turns out that he was happy because I called him brother-in-law. Wang Shan laughed heartily. This feeling of being called brother-in-law made him feel very comfortable, because this was a new title that he had invented. Boom! With a moment of carelessness, the old ape caught up with him and almost killed him. He screamed and continued to run. At this moment, he didn't care whether they called him brother-in-law or not. He chased after them as soon as he saw them. Angry curses rang out once again. Boom! Suddenly, a surging aura descended from the sky. A huge cyan seal, as big as a mountain, surrounded by cyan light, came crashing down with the force of 10,000 caddies. The Qingfeng seal was a killing technique in the Qingxia secret manual. The huge seal fell with a surge of aura. The space was distorted under the pressure. It was like a mountain falling on the old ape's head. Brother, seeing the familiar seal, Wang Shan's eyes suddenly lit up. He was about to collapse from the previous escape. He was dizzy from running in circles. If Wang sure didn't come, he wouldn't be able to hold on. The other people who were running away also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the seal. They were about to collapse from the previous escape. Roar! The old ape raised its head and roared. Black light surged around its body. A sharp light flashed in its dark eyes. Then it waved its palm and attacked the seal. The fan-like palm carried a dark light. It was like a surging demonic chi. It was extremely powerful. Boom! The powerful attack shook the sky and the earth. The mountain rocks were shattered and the trees were swayed. Trees were broken in the middle. The branches and leaves were rustling. In the air, the huge seal was blown back more than 10 meters. However, the seal shook again. The sky trembled and endless green light was emitted. It brought with it an even more terrifying aura. Roar! The giant ape kept roaring. It carried the little ape and flew up again. A terrifying aura was brewing on its palm. It was like a huge black hole. It suddenly attacked the seal. Boom! The elder ape unleashed his might with extraordinary power. Under his full power, the seal exploded with a loud bang, turning into the energy of heaven and earth and dissipating. Boundless energy surged in the air. The elder ape landed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble and rumble. 2 deep footprints appeared, and huge cracks spread out in all directions. All the cultivators' faces changed. They retreated again, afraid of being affected. Swoosh! Then a green blade cut through the sky. It was dozens of meters long and shone with endless green light. It slashed toward the old ape. Green peak slash! The old ape roared. Its aura became even more violent. Its big hand was like black iron and pure gold. It attacked the green blade. Bang! The blade disappeared in the air. The old ape retracted its palm. There was a shallow wound on its huge palm. What a strong body. It took the green peak slash, and it only had a scratch. Yunxia City's killing technique is extremely powerful. It can kill enemies above its level. The old ape can take it with its bare hands. It seems that it is about to reach the level of a small demon. Everyone was shocked. They now had a better understanding of the old ape's strength. Right at this moment, a bird cry rang out. A raging inferno bird with a tuft of golden hair on its head like a golden crown appeared. Its speed was extremely fast, like a ball of raging fire surging over. On its back was a man in green clothes. His back was ramrod straight, like an unsheathed sharp sword. "Brother, you are finally here." Seeing the man in green, Wang Shan shouted excitedly, "Oh!" At the same time, the cries of the rocks rang out. One after another, rocks appeared, and one after another, raging flame birds appeared. The main forces of the three forces had finally arrived. Among them, there were many true energy boundary experts. Their killing intent pervaded the air as they jumped off the back of the rocks and descended. Die. Wang sure glanced at his younger brother. He let out a sigh of relief when he realized that his younger brother was not injured despite being covered in blood. He then looked at the old ape with boundless murderous intent as he pointed his finger forward. Thousands of green lights shot toward the old ape like thousands of sharp blades. Roar! The surging killing intent infuriated the old ape. It carefully placed the young ape on the ground, and a surging aura surged around its body. Its killing intent filled the air, and it suddenly charged into the air. Its large fan-like hand even emitted rays of black light as it went up against the green light. Boom! The pitch-black light obliterated everything, bringing with it endless destructive chi. In an instant, the green light dissipated, and the old ape rushed towards Wang Shi without falling down. Chapter 127. The elder ape flew into the sky and raised his palm to meet the attack. Rays of black light circled around him and hit the green peak seal with a loud bang. The green peak seal did not move, but it trembled slightly. Rays of green light dissipated and the space around it distorted. Roar! The elder ape roared. Before he landed, he floated in the air and changed his palm into a fist. Rays of black light appeared on the surface of his body, and he attacked the seal again. Pum! Such a powerful attack caused the seal to tremble violently. Cracks appeared on it, and it finally exploded. The elder ape's body then landed on the ground. He can float in the air for a short period of time. He's about to reach the level of a small beast. Oh my God! What kind of existence did we offend? It's too scary. He can attack several times in the air. Even Wang sure can't suppress him. This elder ape is too scary. Everyone in the surroundings kept exclaiming as they looked at the old ape in shock. The elder ape landed and the ground shook. Countless trees exploded and 2 huge footprints appeared as cracks spread. The elder ape's eyes were sharp and the aura around him was violent. He was not injured at all from the previous attack. On the Inferno King bird, Wang Shi had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Apparently he was slightly injured. Everyone was dumbfounded and felt that it was unbelievable. Even the third genius of Yunxia City could not suppress the elder ape with absolute strength. Attack quickly and kill the elder ape. Chase after Zichin. Wang Shi landed from the sky and said coldly. Blood was still at the corner of his mouth. He then attacked fiercely. Kill! Wang Yong and Wang Luo also shouted. Killing intent filled the air as true essence surged, and they attacked the elder ape. Boom! The sky shook and palm prints appeared. This was the martial ancestors' destruction palm. It was a powerful battle technique, and it was extremely powerful. It appeared in the sky and pressed down on the elder ape. At this moment, the Khanate realm cultivators all retreated, while the true energy realm cultivators went forward. Their true essence surged, and they attacked fiercely. Whoosh! The cultivators of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion were hiding in the dark. In the next moment, the stealth art was used. A monstrous killing intent surged, and a sharp sword chi rushed towards the elder ape. Clang! The old macaque reacted quickly. Black lights surrounded the surface of its body. The sword chi penetrated the black lights, but it was blocked by its black fur. A clanging sound was heard, but it did not break the macaque's defense. What? The expression of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's expert changed drastically, and he hastily retreated. But at this moment, the old ape waved his palm down, and with a loud boom, The true energy boundary expert was smashed into the ground, completely motionless. The old ape was very powerful. It waved its palm, and the palm prints in the sky dissipated one after another. A pitch-black radiance filled the entire horizon. Numerous attacks landed on the old ape's body. Although the old ape was forced to continuously retreat, it was not injured. The old ape's defense was truly terrifying. After a long battle, no one was able to break through its defense. Boom! With the old ape's powerful attack, the giant palm print was instantly dispersed. Black light surged around its body, and its aura surged. Give me the raging flame sword. Wang Shi's eyes were filled with killing intent. He stretched out his hand and shouted. The raging flame sword was forged by his father, Wang Jinwei. It was second only to magic treasures and was exceptionally sharp. It could cut through iron as if it was mud. Hearing his brother's words, Wang Shan's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly said, "Brother-in-law took the raging flame sword." Wang Shi frowned, not understanding what was going on. Bah! Bah! Wang Shan stretched out his hand and slapped his brother's face twice. He said again, "It's that bastard Zichen. He took the raging flame sword. That damned bastard. If I catch him, I will definitely cut him into pieces." "Humph! I'll deal with you later." Wang Shi snorted coldly. He glanced at the others and said, "Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Use your full power and kill the old ape. After that, go after Zichen." In the forest, the old ape screamed. Its powerful aura rolled out, twisting the space around it. Streams of black light filled the sky. The other true energy boundary experts all threw out powerful attacks, besieging the old ape from all sides. The intense battle lasted for half an hour. The forest exploded, the mountain collapsed, and the ground cracked open. In the end, the three sects paid a heavy price and killed the old ape. Damn it! That Zichen! I will definitely cut him into pieces. Our martial ancestor will never forgive him. Our godly slaughter pavilion will hunt him down to the ends of the earth. The three sects were furious. They had lost a lot of people to kill the old ape. Even though they were rich and powerful, they still felt heartache for such a loss. Among them, the martial ancestor felt the most wronged. When Zichen was still at the true energy boundary, they had started to hunt him down. Until now, many true energy boundary experts had died, and dozens of greater heaven experts had died. Yet, they still hadn't caught him. The three sects went completely crazy. Killing intent filled the forest, and some small beasts were scared out of their wits. After killing the old ape, under Wang Shan's guidance, the group continued to search for Zichen. He ran in this direction. "That damn bastard, I'm going to kill him." Wang Shan cursed and almost blurted it out. After a long while, they walked into a dense forest and found traces of battle. Trees hundreds of meters tall were broken at the waist, and branches and leaves were everywhere. It was a complete mess. Rocks had collapsed and were shattered by great force. The ground was cracked, and there was a huge fissure dozens of meters long. There was blood on the ground, both human and beast, but there were no corpses. It was obvious that this was an extremely fierce battle. Seems like he ran away. Continue the chase. Following the bloodstains on the ground, the group continued forward. Above their heads, the rock and inferno bird were monitoring everything. Not long after, they discovered an injured Jin Yuan monster beast. They accidentally alerted it, and a fierce battle ensued. This must be the one that fought Zichen. Zichen should be in front of us. Let's go. After killing the beast, the group sped up again. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During that time, they had discovered several ferocious beasts. Every time there was a fierce battle. However, they had not seen Zichen. Even the Peng bird had lost track of Zichen. Is he dead? Everyone's face was gloomy. They had spent so much effort, but still failed to catch him. Now they had lost track of him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Even if we can find him, we can still find him, Wang Shan said coldly. He had been instigating the group to chase after Ziqin. Of course, he was not stupid enough to tell the group that he had secretly taught Ziqin 2 killing techniques in order to survive. The group continued to move forward. In the depths of the forest, hundreds of meters tall ancient trees could be seen everywhere. They were as majestic as mountains covering the sky. As the group moved forward, the forest became more and more lush. In the end, they could not even see a trace of sunlight. The forest was extremely gloomy. The air was humid, and the rotten leaves emitted an unpleasant smell. Moreover, they encountered more and more beasts. Just how scary is this silent jungle? We're only in the outer area, and we have already encountered so many Yao beasts. Among them, there are quite a few that are about to transform into small Yao beasts. We won't run into small Yao beasts, will we? Small beasts were equivalent to humans flying. They were terrifyingly powerful. Roar! Suddenly a roar was heard. Another powerful beast appeared. Its aura was tyrannical, and its killing intent was boundless. After discovering humans, its eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light. After a fierce battle, the 3 forces lost many people. Their numbers were constantly decreasing. However, they did not find Ziqin's corpse. They would not give up. A few days later, as the group continued to move forward, they finally encountered small beasts. This was no longer a fierce battle, but a massacre. Encountering small beasts was simply courting death. Small beasts were already very intelligent, and their strength was even more terrifying. They were equivalent to humans flying. Killing them was almost a one-hit kill. The group fled, suffering heavy losses. Even Wang Shi was seriously injured and almost died. In the end, he fled with Wang Shan. Less than 10 of the dozens of powerhouses survived. In desperation, the group could only return. At the same time, they had to accept the fact that Ziqin was dead. The 3 forces returned with heavy losses. This caused a huge uproar. At the same time, the name Ziqin was deeply engraved in the hearts of the 3 forces. For decades, they had never suffered such a big loss. For hundreds of years, they had never been so humiliated. A group of powerhouses was schemed against by a Xiantian brat and suffered heavy losses. Since Ziqin was dead, this matter could only be left unsettled. The powerhouses of the 3 forces returned, but not long after, the flying powerhouses appeared. However, they could only wander around the outskirts of the silent jungle. After searching for a while, they still could not find anything and had to return. At the same time, the 3 forces did not give up. They still sent out 1 or 2 powerhouses to guard the outskirts of the silent jungle. At the same time, they sent out more powerhouses to search the outskirts of the silent jungle. 1 day, 2 days, half a month passed. There was still no news of Ziqin. The group still did not give up. However, after 2 months, Ziqin still did not appear. Even the floating snow city did not send any news about Ziqin. Thus, the group had to admit that Ziqin was really dead. On that day, the upper echelons of the martial ancestor were enraged. They roared continuously, this time in order to kill the Nimbus martial ancestor and kill Ziqin. They had lost a flying powerhouse, close to 20 true energy realm powerhouses, and dozens of Xiantian powerhouses. This loss was far greater than 20 years ago. 2 months later, a fire luan flew in from the outskirts of the silent jungle. On the back of the fire luan, Wang Xian stood quietly like a fairy. Her beautiful eyes stared at the silent jungle in a daze. Are you really dead? Even the Thunder region did not kill you. I believe that you can bring about miracles. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls. The fire luan left with Wang Xian. Wang Xian cried. Even she herself did not believe that Ziqin could still bring about miracles. The silent jungle was a land of death. There were countless demons, big and small. For so many years, no one had been able to cross it. Chapter 128. As the sun set, the clouds in the sky were bright red like a huge ball of fire. They formed into various shapes. This was the famous burning cloud, which could be seen at the entrance of Daling village. Sometimes the clouds would form into beasts, and sometimes into creatures. It was a strange sight. Unfortunately, no one in Daling village had the time to look at it. Their ancestors had lived here for generations, so they were not surprised at all. Every day, they would work at sunrise and rest at sunset, working hard to make a living. As the sun set in the west, a slightly dark figure appeared. There was a long shadow behind him. This was a young man dressed in sackcloth. His appearance was slightly dark, and when he saw the villagers, he grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. In the young man's hand was a well-sharpened woodcutter. 2 wild rabbits and a pheasant were tied to his waist, and he carried a white fox on his shoulder. Under the setting sun, he walked towards the village. "Chinzi is back." "Hello, Uncle Wang." "Hello, Uncle." The young man's name was Chinzi. He was simple and honest. When he saw the villagers, he greeted them politely. "Chinzi is amazing. You hunted so many small beasts today. Oh, let me see. There's even a white fox. Its fur is intact. Good job, Chinzi. This can be exchanged for a lot of money. Maybe even a few yuan stone fragments. Chinzi, your skills are even better than old Zhang's." When he hunted the white fox, its fur was damaged. When the villagers saw the white fox on Chinzi's back, their eyes lit up. "I was just lucky." Chinzi smiled honestly. "Oh right, Chinzi. You've gained a lot today. Are you going to the small town soon?" Chinzi nodded and smiled. "I'll go in a few days. When the time comes, I'll go from house to house to inform everyone and bring everyone along." Hee, Chinzi is so sensible. Yes, Chinzi is really our Daling village's fortune. Hearing this, the villagers smiled even more brightly. Then Chinzi smiled and walked towards the village. He must be going to old Zhang's house. Old Zhang accidentally broke his leg when he went up the mountain. He can't hunt anymore. Chinzi is the one who sends food to him every day. Chinzi is such a sensible child. He came to our village 2 months ago. In just 2 months, he has done so much for us. Yeah, I really hope that Chin-Zi doesn't leave and stays in our village forever. After Chin-Zi left, the villagers began to discuss among themselves. Chin-Zi was a simple and honest person who loved to laugh. He was very kind to people and had extraordinary skills. One day, when a group of villagers went hunting in the mountains, they encountered a fierce tiger. At the moment of danger, Chin-Zi jumped out and killed the tiger with a single punch. In the end, the tiger skin was sold for a good price, but all of it was distributed to the villagers. The villagers knew that Chin-Zi was not an ordinary person. He would not stay in this small mountain village for long. If I'm not wrong, Chin-Zi is most likely a cultivator. How could he possibly stay in our mountain village? The outside world is the world of cultivators. Can a mere Daling village keep cultivators here? Some of the villagers' eyes were filled with respect and envy, as well as endless disappointment. Cultivators were high and mighty. Rumor had it that they could fly and burrow into the ground. Their magic power was boundless. Yeah, every cultivator is high and mighty. Our Daling village naturally doesn't expect to have any cultivators. It's a pity that old Zhang's son was also a cultivator. I heard that he was at the 8th celestial stage. Every day, he would come back with a large group of cultivators behind him. With him taking care of us, our Daling village had a few good years. But who would have thought that the heavens would destroy our Daling village? Some of the villagers began to sigh. Chin-Zi did not return to his home. Instead, he went to old Zhang's house. Old Zhang was a hunter who made a living by hunting. He had a son who used to be his pride because he was a cultivator and the disciple of the battle martial ancestor. He had a noble status. However, half a year ago, his son went out to train and encountered a group of bandits. After a fierce battle, Abdomen was crippled. Since then, he was banished by the battle-martial ancestor and returned to the Ling village. This was the pain in old Zhang's heart. With Abdomen crippled, his son's life was ruined. He could not recover from this setback and was muddle-headed. When Chanzi arrived, he found Zhang Shui sitting on a large rock in front of the door. His eyes were listless and muddle-headed. When he heard footsteps, he turned around and looked at Chanzi with disdain. He had long since noticed that Chanzi was a cultivator. However, he did not care because he was a powerful cultivator at the 8th celestial stage of true qi. Chanzi, you're here. Old Zhang also heard the footsteps. He was sitting in the courtyard with a long stick next to him as a crutch. He could see Zhang Shui from where he sat. He was keeping an eye on him and was afraid that he would take things too hard and commit suicide. When he saw Chanzi arrive, old Zhang stood up shakily with the crutch in one hand. Uncle, you don't have to get up. I hunted a lot of things today and left them at home. I brought them here especially. Chunzi's voice was low and deep as he supported old Zhang. He was very strong. Oh, old Zhang nodded. His eyes were already filled with tears. This was what Chunzi said every day after his leg was broken. Every day, Chunzi hunted a few more wild animals. After putting the things here, Chunzi chatted with old Zhang for a while. When he saw that the sky was dark, he stood up and said goodbye. Stay for dinner. Old Zhang urged him to stay. No, I already ate on my way here. Chunzi's residence was a small deserted courtyard. The previous residents had all moved away, leaving this place empty. There were only a few simple pieces of furniture in the room. It was very simple. One of them was a long sword that emitted a red light. It was very eye-catching and was placed beside the bed. The long sword emitted a bright red light, like a burning flame. There was a fire bird carved on the sword hilt. This sword was the Raging Flame sword. Chunzi was naturally Ziqin. Everyone thought that he had entered the depths of the silent jungle and was dead. Unfortunately, he came to the Ling village, which was not far from the martial ancestor. It was within the range of Tsangli City. That day, Zichen had a fierce battle with a Xiantian demonic beast. He was no match for the beast, so he turned around and ran. Fortunately, his strength was not strong, but his speed was not slow. He ran towards the depths of the silent jungle. However, halfway through, he shook off the demonic beast and turned around to run in another direction. That direction was the Lop Nur. It was thousands of miles long, like a huge dragon flowing out from the depths of the silent jungle. Zichen did not hesitate and plunged into it. This was his previous plan. He had already set his sights on the Lop Nur. Today, he came to the silent jungle to divert the attention of the three forces. The Lop Nur was very big and the water was very turbulent. In order to survive here, in addition to strength, one also needed some luck. However, in any case, the vitality of the Lop Nur was much greater than that of the silent jungle. Amidst the bumps and bumps, Zichen drifted for thousands of miles. Although he had a strong physique, there were bruises everywhere. Finally, he arrived at Deling village. The villagers here were all mortals. They did not have powerful strength, but they were very simple. They had kindly taken him in and found a place for him to live. It had been more than 2 months since he arrived at Deling village. Zichen went hunting in the mountains during the day and came back to cultivate at night. His life was very comfortable. During this period, he had also comprehended the Green Peak Chop and Green Peak Seal. His gains were not small. Moreover, because of the lightning energy in his body, these two techniques were very powerful when used. During these 2 months, Zichen often went to a small town 100 miles away. When he went there to sell furs, he also inquired for useful information. After a few days, the furs that Zichen had dried up, so he took them and went from house to collect them. He would sell them at a good price in town. Although he had only been here for 2 months, The villagers trusted Zi Chen very much. Selling furs was a lie. His real purpose was to inquire for information. A journey of several hundred miles might take an ordinary person several hours, but Zi Chen ran all the way and arrived in less than half an hour. After selling the furs at the fastest speed and the cheapest price, Zi Chen arrived at a tavern. In the same tavern, in the same seat, Zi Chen ordered 2 side dishes and a pot of wine and sat quietly. This place was not far from the battle martial ancestor. Many disciples of the battle martial ancestor came down the mountain to eat, drink, and chat. Zi Chen arrived early. It was not until noon that the disciples came one after another. The sex core assessment is about to begin again. I wonder who will be able to enter this time. Entering the core is like reaching the heavens in a single step. With endless resources for cultivation, it's a pity that I'm only at the 8th heavenly layer. I'm not qualified at all. The disciples of the battle martial sect were all talking nonsense. Zi Chen purposely darkened his face, making his eyebrows thick and his eyes big. Although it was a little different, it wasn't eye-catching. He had already recognized that there was a person on the other side. He had seen him in the spiritual herbal garden before. At that time, if that person had run away a little later, he would have died by his hands. Senior brother, you are Senior Brother Ling Yun's man. You followed Senior Brother Ling Yun to do something big. Although you failed in the end, you're still considered Senior Brother Ling Yun's man. Did he not even give you this authority? A disciple asked, "Give me the authority? It's good that he didn't kill me." The senior brother glared and said, "Do you know how big the matter was back then? It's fine if we succeeded, but if we didn't, we would have to be silenced." Senior Brother Ling Yun was under a lot of pressure. Let me tell you, even Senior Brother Ling Yun was punished when he came back. He only came out after half a year. What? Senior Brother Ling Yun was punished to the point of facing the wall? Then after he came out, he didn't bear a grudge? That was the decision of the elders. How could Senior Brother bear a grudge? However, those disciples who were lucky enough to survive that day who attacked us received the punishment they deserved. One of the disciples' eyes lit up and said, "I heard about that too." It said that many of the senior brothers who survived the trip to the spiritual herbal garden either went missing or died suddenly. There were even some who went out to train and were killed or crippled. Could it be that all of them? It's good that you know. Keep your mouth shut. That senior brother snorted. Those who attacked us back then were severely punished. That Zhang Shui was so arrogant before, but look at him now. Isn't he still a cripple? Damn, he almost killed me in one strike in the spiritual herbal garden. Now, not only is his strength crippled, he can't even keep the mountain village he lives in. And that Zi Chen, he really deserves to die. The Nimbus martial ancestor was destroyed, but he still caused such a big commotion. He deserved to die. Chapter 129. In the tavern, several disciples of the Zhan martial ancestor were chatting. No one noticed the dark-skinned youth in the corner. Even if they did, they wouldn't care. Zi Chen sat on the edge of the bed, looking out of the window. He seemed to be very relaxed, but he heard every word of the whispers. He was shocked. He thought that Zhang Shui's abdomen being crippled was just an accident. He didn't expect that it was Ling Yun who did it. After being isolated for half a year, he dared to openly plot against his fellow disciples. Now it seemed that Ling Yun had a strong backer in the Zhan martial ancestor. He wasn't afraid of being exposed. "Senior brother, what happened to Zi Chen? Even the Nimbus martial ancestor was destroyed. Is he still alive?" A disciple asked. The destruction of the Nimbus martial ancestor happened almost a year ago. At that time, it caused a huge uproar. The Zhan martial ancestor and the Xian martial ancestor both sent experts to investigate. However, after they returned, these experts didn't say a word. They didn't reveal any important information. However, some people found out that the Nimbus martial ancestor was destroyed. From the grand elders to the servant disciples, everyone died. No one survived. Of course he's dead, the senior brother said coldly. If he's dead, then what's the situation? A disciple whispered. You don't know shit, the senior brother retorted. Zi-Chin did die, but he didn't die when the sect was destroyed. He died in the silent jungle. The silent jungle is that dangerous place. It's said to be very scary. Why did Zi-Chin go there? Obviously, there were some knowledgeable disciples who knew about the silent jungle. Humph, he escaped all the way there. This news has spread in Songli City. It's just that you guys don't know. The senior brother lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Let me tell you that Zi-Chin is really amazing. It's said that not only did he cause the martial ancestor to suffer a great loss, but also Yunxia City and the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. What? How is that possible? Isn't Zi-Chin a disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor? How can he be related to the three great powers? A disciple didn't understand. The senior brother looked around and didn't find anyone suspicious. He whispered, The Nimbus martial ancestor was destroyed by the martial ancestor. It said that Zi-Chin had a treasure, so he chased after him. Later, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion and Yunxia City people found out about it. Zi-Chin had no choice but to enter the silent jungle. It said that there are a lot of powerful beasts and hundreds of strong beasts, and strong. Zi-Chin, of hundreds of warriors who went in, entered, and they be a hiss. The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard. Each and every one of them widened their eyes in disbelief. This is a secret. You'd better keep your mouth shut. The senior brother warned. Zi-Chin died in the silent jungle. His body was not found, but it's confirmed that he's dead. It's said that the Zephyr Realm Masters went there, but they couldn't find him. He was probably swallowed by the beasts. What a pity! A treasure that the three great powers coveted fell into the silent jungle. Sigh, what a pity! If I had that treasure, I'd definitely take it out and give it to the martial ancestor. A disciple sighed. After that, there was some meaningless chatter. Zi-Chin paid the bill and left. It seems that this trick of a cicada shedding its carapace really worked. The three great powers all think that I'm dead. If I hide for a while, I can go to Songli City. Zi-Chin thought, now that he had deliberately disguised himself. Even Zhang Shui couldn't recognize him. Therefore, Zi-Chin didn't have to worry about being recognized. As long as he didn't make a move, he wouldn't give himself away. On the way back, Zi-Chin deliberately slowed down. When the sun was setting, Zi-Chin returned to the Ling village, dragging a long shadow behind him. Usually at this time of the day, it was the time when the villagers returned to the village, and many people could be seen. However, today the village was completely empty. At the same time, Zi-Chin felt that the village was lacking in joy, and instead it was filled with a bleak and desolate atmosphere. What's going on? Zi-Chin frowned. Feeling that something was wrong, he sped up his pace. There was still no one in the village. The children who were supposed to be playing here were also gone. Zi-Chin sped up again. Just as he was about to reach old Zhang's door, he heard a commotion. The noise was very chaotic, as if many people were talking. Zi-Chin couldn't hear them clearly. Could it be that Zhang Shui took things too hard? Is it true? Zi-Chin didn't dare to think further. In the past, when Abdomen was crippled, he also felt so much pain that he wanted to die. He knew how it felt to be turned from a cultivator to a mortal. Qinzi is back. Qinzi, you're finally back. Something happened. Something big happened. When the villagers saw Zi-Chin return, they all came forward. Their eyes were filled with hope, as if they had seen hope. Zi-Chin walked into old Zhang's courtyard and found that there were bloodstains on the ground. Zhang Shui was indeed nowhere to be seen. What happened? Zi-Chin asked. It's the people who fought the martial ancestor. They came again and asked for a piece of low-grade primordial stone. How could we take out so many primordial stones? Zhang Shui came out to reason with them, but they beat him up and almost killed him, a villager said. The people who fought the martial ancestor. Zichen frowned. Zhang Shui used to be the disciple of the martial ancestor. However, after his cultivation was crippled, he was expelled from the sect. Chen Zi, you have to think of a way. The people who fought the martial ancestor said that they will come back in a few days. If we don't have a piece of low-grade primordial stone, they will slaughter the whole village. They beat Zhang Shui and took away the primordial stone fragments that we gathered. They said that they will come back in a few days. Chen Zi, you have to think of a way to save us. The mine on the mountain has been mined for decades. There are no primordial stones left. They are trying to kill us. There was a high mountain outside Daling village. 100 years ago, a primordial stone mine was discovered. There were primordial stone fragments and low-grade primordial stones. At that time, it caused a big commotion. The three sects fought and many experts died. In the end, the martial ancestor heard the news and sent people to mine it. Dozens of years ago, the mine was finished and everyone left. After that, when the villagers entered the mountain, they would occasionally find some primordial stone fragments. If they were lucky, they could also find some primordial stone fragments in the mine. 100 years ago, Daling village was very prosperous. However, after the mine was finished and the martial ancestors' people left, the village was completely ruined. The villagers could no longer mine primordial stones and turn to work. Some even left Daling village early. Zichen knew about this. When he first came, he was very curious and went to the mine to take a look. After searching, he only found 2 primordial stone fragments. Zichen was a cultivator. He stayed there for a day and searched many places. However, he only found 2 primordial stone fragments. If ordinary people were to look for them, they would not be able to find them. The people who fought the martial ancestor asked for a low-grade primordial stone. It was equivalent to asking for 100 primordial stone fragments. They even threatened to slaughter the village if they did not hand over the primordial stone fragments. It was too much. Zichen could not bear to hear the words slaughter the village. A ball of anger rose from the bottom of his heart. In Daling village, everyone knew that Zichen was not ordinary. He was a cultivator. However, no one knew how strong he was. At this moment, the villagers were scared out of their wits by the people who fought the martial ancestor. When they saw Zichen, they subconsciously treated him as their pillar of support. Don't worry, everyone. I will think of a way, Zichen said. He wanted to calm the villagers down first. With Zichen's promise, the villagers were relieved. A cultivator's promise was very useful to the villagers. Chenzi, you should go and check on Zhang Shui first. He did not say a word. It is very likely that he was beaten silly. Yes, Chenzi. Zhang Shui is a good person. When he fought the martial ancestor, he protected the village. Nothing must happen to him. A villager said. His eyes were filled with worry. Chenzi, are you back? At this moment, old Zhang walked out shakily with the support of his bamboo stick. Uncle, how is Zhang Shui? Zichen went up to support old Zhang and asked. Sigh. Old Zhang sighed. His eyes were filled with sadness. He did not eat, drink, or speak. This is killing me. They are all from the martial ancestor. No one has come here to collect vitality stones for many years. They are obviously doing this on purpose. I think they are here for Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui must have offended someone in the sect. Unfortunately, he did not say anything. The villagers spoke one after another. I will go in and take a look. The villagers opened up a path. Zichen walked straight in. Old Zhang did not follow. Both of them were cultivators. He thought that they should have something in common. In a small room, Zhang Shui was lying on a wooden bed. His face was bruised and swollen. Obviously, he was beaten up by the martial ancestor. His eyes were staring blankly at the beam of the ceiling. He did not notice Zichen coming in. Looking at Zhang Shui's expression, Zichen was even more certain that those people from the combat sect were here for him. All of this was because of the incident in the spiritual herbal garden. It should have been Ling Yan's orders. Zhang Shui. Zichen came in and called out in a low voice. Zhang Shui was startled. He slowly turned his head. Seeing Zichen, his eyes were still blank. You have to pull yourself together. There is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. Zichen went forward and sat by the bed. At this moment, Zhang Shui was very haggard. His eyes were lifeless. Zichen only realized that his face was swollen like butterballs. Obviously, the other party had hit him hard. It was not certain if he still had teeth in his mouth. Zhang Shui did not speak. He was in despair. He used to be a high and mighty senior brother, but now he was slapped by his former junior brother. He could not even be considered a cripple. Don't despair. Things will be resolved. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your father. The world of cultivators is cruel. The weak are prey to the strong. Who can guarantee that you will always be in the limelight? If you are not careful, you will die an unnatural death. Think of the many strong cultivators who died in the spiritual herbal garden. You still have your life and can live a stable life. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. Zichen did not know how to comfort people. He was just expressing his thoughts at this moment. Zhang Shui was still in a daze. He did not have any reaction. He was already in despair. After hearing Zichen's words, there seemed to be a slight fluctuation in his eyes. The world of cultivators is the cruelest. It is either you die or I die. You may be high and mighty today, but tomorrow you may become a corpse on the side of the road. There is no one to bury you. If you are not torn to pieces, you will be buried in the belly of a wild beast. You can avoid this and live a stable life. It is a blessing. Think of the spiritual herbal garden. So many people died. Human lives are like grass. Every living thing can die in the next moment. Can you not see it? Zichen said, his voice growing more and more serious. You have a good father and a bunch of villagers who care about you. You should cherish them. Why can't you see past it? Why do you have to make your father sad and the villagers worried? Zichen mentioned the spiritual herbal garden twice. Finally, Zhang Shui's expression changed. He was no longer silent, but he was still in despair. This is a calamity that cannot be avoided. Their target is me. If I don't die, the villagers will not be able to live a stable life. During this time, I have already seen past it. So what if I am immortal? The current me does not even have the chance to live a mortal life. Chapter 130. As soon as Zhang Shui opened his mouth, it was as if he had opened up a chatterbox, telling Zichen about the bitterness in his heart. Back in the spiritual herbal garden, if it weren't for senior brother Zichen, I would have died long ago. In these 2 months, I've already thought it through. What's wrong with being immortal? Unfortunately, they didn't give me this chance. The last time they came, the villagers gathered a piece of low-grade vitality stone. But how long has it been? In just half a month, they came again and asked for a piece of low-grade vitality stone. Their target is me. They want me to feel guilty and blame myself. They want me to watch the villagers die one by one. Zhang Shui's hands clutched his hair tightly. His eyes were filled with pain and tears fell from his eyes. He sobbed, I'm the one who harmed them. It's all my fault. Zhang Shui was haggard. The despair in his eyes was not for himself, but for the villagers. He knew that this was a trap, but he was powerless to jump out. He could only fall into it, step by step. Today, they only beat me up and took away 12 vitality stone fragments. But in a few days, if they don't take anything away, I'm afraid they will kill us one by one. Zhang Shui's face was full of tears. He was sad, pained, and in despair. Zichen was shocked. He thought that Zhang Shui's abdomen had been crippled and he had been reduced from a cultivator to a mortal. He didn't think that he was worried about the villagers. And Zhang Shui had seen through the whole thing. He understood everything, but he didn't have the ability to solve it. He could only wait for death. This was a kind of sorrow. In a world where the strong were respected, it was the sorrow of mortals. For cultivators, slaughtering an entire village was a simple matter. A few lives were as worthless as ants. However, for these mortals, this was life. This was their foundation. They lived at the bottom, and it was hard. Every day, they worked hard just for a mouthful of food. But it couldn't compare to a cultivator's words. A simple word of slaughtering a village was enough to scare them out of their wits. They couldn't sleep and rest. As for those cultivators who were talking about massacring the entire village, they were probably feasting and having fun right now. This is a death trap. No one can break out of it. Zhang Shui's face was filled with tears, filled with pain and despair. He suddenly looked up at Ziqin and implored, "Qin, I know you are a cultivator. I want to ask you for a favor. Please take the villagers away and hide for a period of time. After I die, bring them back." Ziqin was deeply moved. His eyes were moist as he asked himself, "Why is it that I can only see the beauty of the world and see the most sincere feelings in the world among these ordinary mortals?" Back then, in order to save him and Wang Xian, the villagers of Qingshui village had sacrificed the lives of the entire village to help them. Now, for the sake of the lives of the entire village, Zhang Shui would rather be tortured to death than commit suicide. Could it be that all cultivators were cold and heartless? This was a question that couldn't be answered. At the very least, Ziqin hadn't found the answer yet. "I'm begging you, Qinzi. My life should have ended a year ago. I should have died in the spiritual medicine garden. I've lived for so long and it's worth it. I only hope that you can take the villagers and leave for now. After I die, you can bring them back." Zhang Shui pleaded sincerely. His desperate eyes were filled with determination. "Their target is me. As long as they torture me to death, they won't do anything to the villagers. You just have to be patient and wait for a period of time." Ziqin was very moved. However, he shook his head and said no. "You." Zhang Shui's body froze. He didn't know what to say. However, the sorrow in his eyes deepened. "Are you going to watch the villagers die? Or do you think that this is their life and that they should die because of me?" Zhang Shui asked in a trembling voice. "I don't agree because I will help you break this trap," Ziqin said in a low voice. The villagers were innocent. Zhang Shui was also innocent. The one who deserved to die was Ling Yin. He was the one who planned all of this. Therefore, he had to break this trap. He had to break it. Ziqin had killed many people. He definitely wasn't a good person. He wasn't a righteous person either. He wasn't showing off when he broke the trap. He was doing what he could. You can break the trap?" Zhang Shui looked at Ziqin in disbelief. "You are crazy. Do you know how big of a trap this is? Do you think that a mere cultivator like you can break it? Let me tell you, I was at the 8th heaven of true Qi back then, but I was still injured. The person who set this trap is in the Xiantian realm." Zhang Shui glared at Ziqin. "You are a cultivator. You should know what the Xiantian realm means. Furthermore, he is not an ordinary cultivator. He is in the late Xiantian realm. You are no match for him. Take the villagers and leave. I don't want to kill the villagers, and I don't want to kill you. During this period of time, you have been sending game to my house every day. I am very grateful to you. You should take the villagers and leave. You can leave now, but you can't leave forever. Since the person who set this trap can set it up in Ling village, there is a possibility that he will set it up in other places. It could be Qianling village or Shiling village. If the people of Ling village leave, what about the others? Are they all going to escape?" Ziqin's eyes suddenly turned cold. Killing intent surged from his body. "If you don't want this tragedy to happen, you can only break the trap. Break the trap. But you?" Zhang Shui still didn't believe that this dark-skinned youth could break the trap. "Back then, I broke the trap in the spiritual herbal garden. let alone this trap. Since the heavens don't want you to die, then you will not die. I will break this trap." Zi-Chen suddenly smiled, but his eyes were incomparably resolute. "You!" Zhang Shui looked at Zi-Chen in shock. Zi-Chen, you are Senior Zi-Chen. You are still alive." Looking carefully at this dark-skinned youth, he indeed looked a bit like Senior Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen smiled. "Now you know that I can break the trap. This matter is only between you and me." N.N. Zhang Shui nodded continuously. He used his sleeve to wipe away the tears on his face like a child. His eyes were filled with excitement. "All right, I should go now. Think about how to break the trap. As for you, you look so haggard. You should eat something." "Don't make everyone worry," Zi-Chen said. N.N. Zhang Shui nodded. "Senior brother, you stay here too. Let's eat together." "No need." Zi-Chen turned and left. Senior Zi-Chen, how can such a talented person die?" Zhang Shui was very emotional. If there was anyone in the world who could break the trap, Zhang Shui believed that it was only Senior Zi-Chen. The sky was already dark, but the villagers didn't leave. They all waited outside. When they saw Zi-Chen come out, they all asked him questions. "Chin Zi, how is Zhang Shui? Is he still not talking?" "He's fine, right? Did he take things too hard?" The villagers were all very concerned. Zi-Chen only smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's fine." Then Zi-Chen looked at old Zhang and said, "Uncle, Zhang Shui must be hungry now. Go and get him more food." With that, Zi-Chen left. "What hungry?" Old Zhang was stunned. He had forgotten how long it had been since his son said that he was hungry. During this period of time, if he didn't call him to eat, he would probably be sitting in one place until he starved to death. Hungry? That means he's fine. He can eat now. The villagers couldn't believe it either. "Father." At this moment, a person walked out of the room. It was Zhang Shui. Although Zhang Shui was haggard, he was in high spirits. His eyes were shining. Obviously, he was back to normal. "Yes." Old Zhang nodded continuously. His eyes were filled with tears. "Zhang Shui is fine." "Haha, that's great. Let's show those cultivators who fought martial ancestor that our Zhang Shui can't be defeated. Didn't they want vitality stones? Let's go up the mountain and find them now." "That's right. Let's all go. We'll try to gather a vitality stone in the next few days." "That's right. Let's go now." The villagers were very happy that Zhang Shui was fine. Some of them even shouted loudly, "Let's go." "We'll go too." Old Zhang leaned on the bamboo stick. His eyes were filled with tears, but his back was straight. Looking at the excited villagers, Zi-Chen's face was full of smiles. He said with a smile, "It's already so late. Let's get some rest. As for the vitality stones, you don't have to worry about it. I've already thought of a way." "Qinzi, you've already thought of a way? Qinzi, are you serious?" "Qinzi, you're the savior of Daling village." The villagers all looked at Zi-Chen. "Don't worry, I'll definitely find a way. By the way, this money is the price of today's fur. Let's split it." Zi-Chen took out all the money and placed it on the stone block. He then turned around and left. "Why is there so much? Our pelts are not worth that much money. It must be Chin. He must have put his share in with us again." The voices of the villagers came from behind. After returning to his residence, Zi-Chen began to cultivate. As for the villagers, it was not a problem for Zi-Chen. He did not need to think about it. When dealing with villains, he would naturally use villains' means. It had been a few months since he had broken through to the Xiantian realm. Zi-Chen's Xiantian true qi had been growing steadily. However, recently, without the help of elixirs and pills, the improvement of his strength was too slow. After this, Zi-Chen decided to go to Sanli City to buy some elixirs and pills to speed up the improvement of his strength. After all, he was now a rich man with dozens of vitality stones. Time passed in the blink of an eye. With Zi-Chen's repeated assurances, The villagers were all relieved, and their lives became orderly again. As for Zhang Shui, he was much more optimistic. When he had nothing to do, he would come and chat with Ziqin. Most of the time, he was learning to set up traps from his father. It seemed that he really wanted to live the life of an ordinary person. A few days later, the sound of horse hooves could be heard outside the village. Horses neighed and angry shouts could be heard from outside the village. The villagers' hearts trembled. The people who fought martial ancestor were here again. All villagers get out here. An angry shout spread throughout the village. Chapter 131. The people from the battle martial ancestor came on time. They said they would come in 7 days, so they came in 7 days. Early in the morning, horses neighed and the ground rumbled. 7 or 8 disciples of the battle martial ancestor had already arrived. All the villagers, get out here! Someone shouted angrily. There were also some who asked Zhang Shui to get out. In their eyes, these mortals were nothing more than ants. Therefore, there was nothing to hide, and they directly called out Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui, get out here! The villagers heard the news and rushed over. Their eyes were filled with fear. They were very afraid of these cultivators. Zhang Shui also came with Old Man Zhang. They walked behind the crowd. Damn you! Zhang Shui, I called you. Why are you so slow? When a disciple saw Zhang Shui slowly approaching, he jumped off his horse and strode forward. He grabbed Zhang Shui and gave him 2 tight slaps on his face. Blood immediately appeared at the corner of Zhang Shui's mouth. Is this the speed of a tortoise? You're asking for death. The slapping sounds were heard again. I know you. You're Lulu, right? I remember that when you committed a crime in the sect, I was the one who spoke up for you and spared your life. Zhang Shui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the disciples of the battle martial ancestor. Mother asterisk her. You still remember such a trivial matter so clearly. Why? Do you still expect me to spare your life with such a trivial matter? The cultivator named Lu had a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth, and with the back of his hand, he sent out 2 more slaps, crisp and clear. Zhang Shui, weren't you very arrogant before? You chased me with a long blade. Come and chop me now. At this moment, another disciple in white stepped forward. He sneered and slapped Zhang Shui a few times. This person came out of the spiritual herbal garden alive. He belonged to Ling Yin and bore a grudge against those who chased after him. When Ling Yin was in seclusion, they were all like cowards. Now that Ling Yin was out, they were all arrogant. They began to take revenge on the other cultivators who were still alive. Zhang Shui, you deserve this. Haha, you brought this upon yourself. Look at how arrogant you are. You chased us with a long blade. This is your end. Following this, a few cultivators who had a grudge against Zhang Shui stepped forward and slapped him. When they arrived here, they didn't ask about the primal stones. Instead, they stretched out their hands and gave Zhang Shui a fierce beating. His goal was very obvious. He wanted to torture Zhang Shui. Furthermore, he had used a lot of strength in his attacks. He didn't want to kill Zhang Shui immediately. It was obvious that he wanted to slowly torture Zhang Shui to death. Don't hit my son. Old Zhang used the bamboo stick as a crutch and walked forward shakily, trying to pull them away. Where did this old thing come from? Scram! One of the cultivators raised his leg to kick old Zhang, causing him to instantly fall to the ground. Even his bamboo staff fell to the side. You dare to attack my father? Zhang Shui's eyes flashed with a cold light as he suddenly roared. A loud shout startled a few people. They seemed to recall Zhang Shui's remaining might and instantly retracted their attacks. But soon after, they recalled that Zhang Shui had been crippled. They were enraged and attacked even more fiercely. Pa! The sound of the slap was clear and loud. Lu scolded. You ant! How dare you make a fuss in front of me? Damn it! What kind of dog is this? How dare you make a fuss in front of us? You're courting death. 7 or 8 disciples all attacked, taking turns to violently slap Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui's face that had just recovered swelled up again. Old Zhang went forward and was kicked countless times. Even the villagers who went forward to persuade him were kicked to the ground. Zichen lived far away. When he heard the commotion and came over with a primeval stone, Zhang Shui was almost beaten to death. The group of people threw him to the side. The leader looked at the villagers and said coldly, "Our martial ancestor has protected your village for a long time. Now, we're here to collect a protection fee to maintain the sect's expenses. 1 low-grade primeval stone. Are you ready?" The villagers' hearts trembled. They looked at each other and avoided eye contact. "Damn it, how dare you trick us? Do you want the entire village to be slaughtered?" Lu had already stood up and coldly glanced at the villagers with a murderous aura. He only had the strength of true Qi Stage 7. So the pressure around him was not scary, but it was not something that these ordinary people could withstand. In the next moment, several people fell to the ground on their butts, and many children were scared to the point of crying. "Damn it, don't cry. Shut up. I'll kill whoever cries." Lu shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was obvious that the other party was not joking. Ordinary people were ants in their eyes. Killing an ant was like stepping on an ant. There was no need to joke. "Sir, the mine on the mountain stopped producing primeval stones decades ago. Where can we get a low-grade primeval stone for you?" "Yes, sir. We can't take out a single primeval stone. Please spare us." A villager cried. Spare you? Who will spare us? Who will spare my dead brothers?" The leader sneered and said, "Very well, since you can't take out a primeval stone, you can only pay with your lives. 1 primeval stone is 10 lives. No, sir, don't kill us." The villagers were terrified and begged for mercy. The leader was not moved. He said, "Lu, kill 10 people first. After 7 days, come back and collect the primeval stones." "Yes, senior brother." Lu nodded. His eyes flashed with killing intent. With a clang, he unsheathed his weapon. A cold light flashed. The murderous intent filled the whole place. More villagers fell to the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear. Lu grinned and walked toward a villager. The latter was so scared that he kept retreating. "Enough. Didn't you want primeval stones? We've got them." At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. A young man in black walked in front of the villager and blocked Lulu's sword. It was Zichen. In his hand was a small bag of primeval stones. There were exactly 100 of them. "Little black boy, who are you?" Lu pointed his weapon at Zichen. His voice was cold. "I'm an ordinary person. I'm here to deliver the primeval stones." Zichen said indifferently. He passed the bag in his hand to the front. When the frightened villagers saw Zichen appear, they all heaved a sigh of relief. "Humph." Lu snorted and kept his weapon. He took the bag and glanced at it. His expression softened. "Senior brother, it's really 100. Lu passed the bag to the leader. The leader glanced at Zichen and then looked at the bag in his hand. His expression was gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. "Sir, the primeval stones have been collected. The protection fee should be paid. Thank you for your protection. We, the villagers of Deling Village, are very grateful." Zichen said gratefully. He had seen the previous scene. These people deserved to die. However, Zichen did not want to kill in the village and cause trouble for the villagers. "Thank you, sir." Behind him, the other villagers also cupped their hands and expressed their gratitude. Consider yourself lucky." The leader snorted and glanced at Zichen again. His eyes flickered coldly as he said, "This is only a week's protection fee. We'll be back in 7 days. If you don't have the primeval stones, you'll have to pay with 10 lives." The leader's words caused the villagers' expressions to change. They realized that the leader was not just asking for the primeval stones. He was going to exterminate everyone in the village. Don't worry, sir. We'll try our best to mine the primeval stones. I guarantee that we'll be able to collect a low-ranked primeval stone next time. Zichen nodded and said, You're smart. The leader's eyes were cold. He kept the primeval stones and was about to leave. However, before he left, each of them stepped forward and kicked Zhang Shui. Consider yourself lucky. We'll meet again next time. Lu spat at Zhang Shui. The sound of horses galloping could be heard. The disciples of the battle martial ancestor left, leaving a trail of dust behind them. These people are animals. They're trying to kill us all. They're inhumane. The battle martial ancestor is such a big sect. How could they have such disciples? Oh God! They're trying to destroy our Daling village. After the disciples of the battle martial ancestor left, the villagers complained. Some of them even burst into tears. Don't worry. I believe that they still have a conscience. They won't come back after taking our primeval stones. At this moment, Zichen stepped forward and said, Qinzi, you're so kind. Didn't you hear what they said? They'll be back in 7 days. Yeah, Qinzi, they're not kind people. That primeval stone was wasted. I think we should just move away. A villager said. Then the other villagers agreed. Don't worry. Even if they come back in 7 days, I have a plan. Zichen said with a smile. They'll be back in 7 days. If they don't have primeval stones, they'll pay with human lives. Qinzi, we can't stay here anymore. They're all blood-sucking demons. I know you're good to us, but you can't feed them with primeval stones. They're wolves. Yeah, Qinzi, you can't keep giving them primeval stones. The villagers were kind. They didn't want Zichen to waste more primeval stones. Don't worry. In the end, Zichen persuaded the villagers to go back. Only Zhang Shui was still lying on the ground. The villagers wanted to help him up, but he refused. How are you? Can you hold on? Zichen looked at Zhang Shui, who was lying on the ground. Yes. Zhang Shui's eyes flashed coldly. He stood up and patted the dust off his body. Okay, come with me. Zichen grabbed Zhang Shui and tapped his foot. The 9 flashes of thunder appeared and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. His speed was many times faster than a person riding a horse. On the mountain path, the disciples of the battle martial ancestor rode on their horses. Zhang Shui is lucky that we didn't humiliate him this time. Let's see if he'll be so lucky next time, Lu said coldly. After 7 days, if he is unable to fork out yuan stones, we will kill 10 people. His village only has a total of 100 people. Let's see how long he can last. The leader of the black-clothed men coldly said, who asked him to go against senior brother Ling Yin. Back in the spiritual herbal garden, he chased after us with Zichen. He deserves to be humiliated today. His village will die sooner or later. Zhang Shui must be the last to die. We have to let him live in despair and pain. The others said one after another. Then they laughed wildly. Their eyes were filled with coldness.